So the word creep is against Twitch's Trust and Safety Advisory Council. You actually aren't allowed the word creep in a stream title. It notifies you and doesn't let you do it. I can try. Like I tried to remove it. This title may conflict with Twitch's moderation policy. Oh, okay. Hey, Anthos, thank you. You're very kind. There was an alert. What do you want about? What does that mean? An alert? A late stream alert? That's a 10-minute timeout. No. Hello, everyone. Hope you all been fantabulous. Let's go to Numbani. Hello. How are we? We're not going to be on here. We're going to be on Atlas, but I thought we'd start on Numbani. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Amthos. I really appreciate the prime. Rolov, Yeet, Bob, Poke, Supercraftlet is a great name. Rolov. Who else is here? Hello, Greed. How are you doing? Some of these new perks are genuinely brain microwaving levels. Yeah, it's like they've got the moon rocks and they just rub the moon rocks against their forehead until their atoms were polarized backwards, right? Hey, Short Fuse, how are you doing? Hey, Mold. What's up? Is this new Numbani? This is new Numbani. Yes, my Be Right Back screen is old Numbani there. So yeah, that's new Numbani. Very good, Rolf. Hope you're well, friend. Yeah, I'm really excited to go through these perks. I am not spoiling on anything apart from the fact that they're unworking Roadhog. Who knows why they do that? But yeah, yeah, we're gonna go through all of them from the top to the bottom. I have an Atlas screen here that I'm gonna be using. I spoiled you with the Moira perks. Yes, you did spoil with the Moira perks. You're right. Is there anything else I've seen? I don't think there's anything else I'm spoiled on. I have the old perks there and the new perks there. So essentially, we've got a pretty good way of showing between. I've also got Gamepedia up for what the current perks are, because quite a few of them have been changed slightly. Not really reworked most of them, but quite a few of them have been changed slightly since they started. So we're going to be rating them on 3 factors. The factors are as follows. Zoom, we go to Atlas. Right, we are rating them on design direction, jazz factor, and power creep. Those are the 3 things we're rating them on. So, let's turn that off. So, power creep is going to be rated backwards, okay? Power creep is rated backwards. A 10 will be no power creep related to what they were before. So I'd say 5 is going to be like the same as it was. 10 is going to be less power creep than before, because all of the perks naturally power creep regardless of the context, right? So you can't really do a 1 to 10 normally. And 0 is going to be really bad. Why do it that way? Interesting question, might you ask ye. It's because you can combine 3 numbers that are all 1 for 10, where 10 is good and 0 is bad. And you can rate them as a total of the 3. That's the reason why ye. Otherwise, it's the opposite. The higher the number, the worse it is. Wait, is that right? Yeah, design direction. The higher number, the better it is. Yes, for all 3 of them then, if you rate it backwards. Huh? Yi is currently rubbing moon rocks against his forehead, right, to try and get his brain polarized backwards. I like less power creep, but it doesn't seem like the dev's goal. Yes. So we're going to be throwing a lot of things into here. So like there's a lot of things we can talk about with perks. First off, shall we get some? Should we go music? Should we go silent this stream? Should we go silent this stream? I don't have a separate audio channel for music, so I can't really cut music out properly. So we either go silent or we go with some background that I can't remove. But what should I put on if I do that? Studio Ghibli playlist is always very good. I do like that. You know why I'm here? I know why I'm here, but I've one more question. How is the Pegster? I woke her up like 10 minutes ago, and she buggered off. What that music that you recommended last time? What, the music that lasts like 4 minutes, and this is going to be on for 4 hours? Yes, that's going to be helpful to me. Thank you very much for your help. 10 great songs? Wow, that would be 1/8 of the amount I need. You don't have your OBS set up to record music to a different audio track? No, I'm bad. I can teach you how to do it if you need. Oh, well, all I do at the moment is I just rip things off of Twitch as a raw VOD. So, yeah, I could separately record them. I should separately record them. I'm sure it's a Google away, right? I'm sure it's a Google away, but I don't currently, so, yeah. To play some Lo-Fi Girl? Is it me, or does Lo-Fi Girl have, like, 50 songs, and I know all of the songs? Rating of the music, 1 to 10. If you split it in OBS, it doesn't go into the VOD. That's interesting. I didn't know that it is split for the VOD. Does the job? Yeah, it does do the job, doesn't it? Okay. Do your VODs remove the music audio track? No, because I'm stupid. Have people not already gathered that I'm very stupid and not very good at this? I thought that was my entire brand, guys. Right. So I guess we should probably just talk about perks a bit. I dislike perks. I don't like perks. I've never liked perks. I think they are boring bloat that doesn't add anything to the video game. In fact, I think they're negative in the majority of situations, right? So the positive side of them are meant to be pretty obvious, just the normal development of matches, right? Like, people like it, that the match developers, as you go on over time. I don't really care for it. I think it's like, meh. It doesn't really do much for me. Having the map, like, your character develop over time is cool, is a thing, but it's not really great for me personally. Second thing that might be good for perks is that you can kind of like adapt to your circumstances, you can stop counters, you can stop bad maps, you can kind of make the characters work in more scenarios than they otherwise would be able to. That's cool, I accept that one. Third thing is that they're flashy and they're fun, right? It gives the devs a way to put crazy bullshit into the game, and it is good to jingle the keys. It is not exclusively bad to jingle keys at players. It's an okay thing to do. I've got nothing necessarily wrong with it. You have to do that every now and again in order to get people back into your game, to try it, to onboard, in order to get into your game. If you don't do that, you've got a problem. I also think perks are completely necessary for 5v5. I think perks are one of those systems that reintroduces complexity into the game that they took out by reducing the amount of interpersonal or inter-team interactions by removing attack. I think perks, I think 5v5 has so much less complexity, and it needs some added back in some way, shape, or form. I don't think that's necessary in 6v6 in any way, shape, or form. So in terms of the things that I think are negative about perks, I think power creep is obviously a real problem, and that's why that's up there. I don't like power creep in general. I think the kits should be designed to be the kits. I think that if you are adding extra power into it, you're necessarily making these interact in sharp or worse ways between each other in terms of the kits. It allows, also in terms of power creep, like, adding certain avenues to go down in terms of power lets you spec into the thing you're meant to be countering, so it can actually make counters worse in certain scenarios. I think that's more of a design issue than it is necessarily inherent to perks, but I do think it's a problem people should think about. I think that quite a lot of perks are just uninteractive in general, right? The fade perk for Moira, having a Moira fade and be, for all intents and purposes, off the map as far as you're concerned, is a problem, right? I don't really enjoy that in general. I don't think that's fun to me. I don't think people vanishing when they use their movement ability instead of just being slightly out of range but still maybe catchable is good. It's to reduce the interactivity within the game. There's a load of different interactions like that, like soldier sprint, I think is this really adding or is this just taking away to the interplay? Like, we balance these for a reason. We balance the distance and the cooldowns and all of these. Didn't we do it for a reason, right? Didn't we have a plan? If we never had a plan to begin with, maybe that's an issue, right? If it never was balanced to begin with, maybe that's a damn issue. Like, maybe we should do something about that instead of just saying, well, fuck it, it's all screwed anyway. May as well add on more uninteractivity and worse interactions there, right? I think that quite a lot of the time, if a perk is good, it should be barreled into the core of the kit. I don't think having extra stuff on the kit is necessary when you can just make the kit better. If the things are good, just add it. Why not add it? It doesn't make any sense not to do that. And in the same light, the whole idea of major perks being a change to the gameplay loop of the hero kind of is problematic, isn't it? Because if you have a major perk that is a good core change to the hero, then it's only unlockable in, like, I don't know, 20% of the game or in round 3. Sometimes you don't even get there. So you can have entire games where the fun version of the hero people like is literally locked off permanently from you. You can't even use it. For instance, for me, I really like Lifeweaver with Super Bloom. I hate Lifeweaver without Super Bloom. Completely changes the character for me. But I can't play Lifeweaver unless I'm on a round 3 because I don't have the time to get the perks, and Lifeweaver is kind of like a slow roll hero rather than a hero that gets a bunch of value in a very short period of time, right? It's an angle control. Yeah, I'm not going to swap to Lifeweaver to control angles if I can unlock the perks a bit faster, like halfway into the second round. I'm going to have to wait for round 3. Right? So major perks are a big problem for me because if the major perk is interesting in any way, shape or form and that is locked off, I think that's awful. And you may as well barrel it into the main kit. And the final nail, right, the final really big nail in perks for me is complexity. Overwatch is the most complex game I think there is on the market right now to onboard. And when I say onboard, I mean get into the video game and feel like you're playing the damn video game, right? I mean getting in and feeling like bullshit isn't continuously happening to you. I feel like you need to know your kit in order for that to be a thing, and you need to more or less know every single other character's kit that you could come against. Or at least if you don't know their kit, know the types of things they can do so you can space themselves out from them and not have a load of bullshit thrown at you, right? I think Rivals is better than Overwatch in this way. I think in Rivals, you can pick any character, not know what the enemy team does, stand on main, heal, and you are doing value. You're playing the video game, right? At the very least, you don't feel like you're doing nothing. Whereas in Overwatch, especially with Season 9, and I'm going to say especially with 5v5, right? Angle slop has been maxed to the nth degree, and Spylo's been a proponent of this, and I don't think this has been good. Basically, what has happened is that if you aren't aggressively dueling, you are losing value as a support, as a DPS, and as a tank. So basically what we've done is we made it so that you have to interact sharply with the enemy kits, and therefore, weirdly enough, inconsistency in the enemy kit is more problematic than it ever has been in the past. I really hate perks as an extra layer of inconsistency. Obviously, I think Overwatch has terrible onboarding. I think they do basically nothing to introduce kits to players. They could have had a 2-minute intro of running around the training room, use this ability, this does this, use this ability, this does this, before you're allowed to unlock a hero. I think that would be absolutely reasonable, absolutely fine, and would actually aid people in getting into the video game. Just have to run around the training room for 2 minutes, use a healing field on a bot, press a helix rocket, left click somebody, sprint for a bit, okay, you're in, right? That kind of stuff. I think that would be perfect. And I think that should be mandatory in order to unlock the hero to reduce frustration. But if you add on perks and you add on all the necessary knowledge you need for other people's kit, I think you've got the hardest game to onboard in perpetuity. Like any game, I can't think of a single game that's more difficult to feel like you're playing than Overwatch right now. So that is pretty much all my big thoughts on perks. I don't like perks as a concept, and so we're going to be rating them today on 3 things. We're going to be rating them on power scaling, we're going to be rating them on jazziness, or whether they're actually interesting to jingle the keys in front of players and get them back into the game. We're going to be rating them on design direction. Okay? Power scaling is going to be rated backwards. Okay, so this is going to be in relation to the other perk. So 5's going to be out where the other perk is, more or less, and then 10 is going to be really good, much better, less power scaling, less power creep than the last perk, and 1's going to be very good, right? Sorry, very bad, as in 1 is terrible for the video game. The higher all of these get, the better they are for the video game in general. The higher the jazz factor is, the better for the video game. The higher the design direction is, the better for the video game. The lower the power creep is, the better for the video game. Fair enough, guys? So we can just rate on a 1 through 10 for all 3 things. Perks are like the illusion of hero design. If the perk is irrelevant, it may as well not be there. If it's too good / obnoxious, it should not be there. And if it's good for the kit, it should just be there by default. Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. So I am generally negative, but that doesn't mean that Blizzard cannot move in a better direction, right? That doesn't mean that the concept cannot get better over time. I think Perks has got a lot better over time, to be quite honest. I think Perks have massively improved since they first got released. And so let's see. This is February 18. This is August the 26th. We have had, what, 8 months of development? Let's see where we got to. Let's see where we got to. So luckily for you guys, in terms of reading, this zooms all the way in, and this zooms all the way in. There you go. Very nice, isn't it? And we have this down here. So down here at the bottom is going to be the current state of the perks down in this section. And then we have the 2 other ones, the previous one on the left and the new one on the right. Okay. So we're going to start with Ash. So previously we had Rapid Fire, Sidewinder, Viper Sting, Airburst. Sidewinder got nerfed by 8% over the course of Ash's play rate. I think it was just a bit too strong. It was one of those uninteractive perks. I think that's generically positive, right? I don't really want Lucio booping people 3 fucking miles away. I think Coach Gun already pushed people back a load. It just made the character kind of like more interactive, so I think that was a good change. Viper's Sting has a new logo. Don't really see what the new logo has added to it. It's interesting to see there that the logo and other things like that have been changed. Airburst. Dynamite has a 40% increased detonation area. Can I have my mod back? What, you got mod removed from me timing you out? What, I can't just screw around with people? There you go. No, I didn't notice. Oh, they got changed relatively recently. Okay, I'll not pay attention to them. So, Rapid Fire, the unscoped shots gain 30% increased attack speed but deal 15% less damage, which is currently at 10% less damage, had been changed and has been put into instead Remote Detonator. After using Dynamite, pressing E again causes it to detonate after a 0.5 second delay. So, after using Dynamite, pressing E again causes it to detonate after a 0.5 second delay. So it basically guarantees that you're able to get a Dynamite on people, even if it is the ground. I think that's fairly unimpactful. I think that's fairly uninteresting for the most part. This is going to be very, very open forum, by the way. Please say what you think about them as we go. Because it's a minor perk. It's not meant to be incredibly impactful. Rapid Fire was one of these weird things that is meant to change the playstyle, but never worked. Removing Rapid Fire is good. I definitely think that. Some of them mislabeled as new. No problem. Thank you. Adds even more safety to a kit, even if you never pick it. Yeah, it doesn't really add much. It's just kind of like a play around. Like, it's kind of like free power, but it's also adaptation for low-ranked players to be able to play this more. Means you can peek and toss it into danger, then run away. Yeah, I mean, it just guarantees you're going to be able to get some value from it. Do you think they're changing the perks to fix things or just to change things up? I think they think they're improving it on it, and I think they do have a development policy of flipping the table as well. Like, I think that's pretty solved, that the Blizzard has a development policy of change things for the sake of changing things. Hey, Maxi. Hey, Ten. Enables to trigger dynamite around corners. It's air. Well, it doesn't really let you do it better. It's more, really the only effect of this is it enables you to trigger dynamite without shooting the dynamite and after you have left line of sight of it. So it basically does the same things, right? Like memes right there, like entirely right. How about just shoot the dynamite? So it's really quality of life for low rank players for the most part, compared to Sidewinder, which I would say is actual value. So at the high rank, there's no choice because Sidewinder's just better. I think that's probably reasonable to say. And is there even an application of this at the high rank, I guess? With removing skill expression from the game, it seems like it. Be making sure main support can play DPS. See, the thing is, if a character is meant to be accessible, I don't have a problem with more accessibility being added. But I don't feel like Ashe is meant to be an accessible character for low rank players, right? Like, Ashe was always meant to be one of the higher skill in terms of at least aiming in the cast. And it's kind of weird to see base value being added. Yeah, I don't think I'm really that happy with this. Yeah. This seems like very easy to code as well. Okay. So from the top, power creep. This is anti-power creep, so this is good for the game. So this is, I'd say, around like a 7. I'm very happy with power creep being removed a little bit. I don't have a problem with remote detonator being a adaptability for the low ranks, but I do think it's against the core design direction for Ashe, right? Like, I don't think that's a healthy place for Ashe to go. Because they're meant to be, like, we want high variance between heroes, right? Don't we? That's what we enjoy in the video game, isn't it? I feel like you underestimate it. How do you think this power creeps? Obviously, we have to compare low ranks to high ranks. It's going to power creep low rank because low rank players are going to be able to play Ashe. But I feel like low rank players weren't playing Ashe competitively anyway. So yeah, at best it does nothing. At worst it's the other perk, and at worst it's cheesy. Okay, design direction. I'm going to say like a 4. Jazz factor. I'm going to say like a 2. I think this might attract low rank players to play Ashe, but I don't think it's a particularly healthy way of doing that. Let's move on. Bastion. Let's get me zoomed in. And let's get this moved. Bastion starts with a B, everyone. Oh, they're not in alphabetical order. Excellent. There he is. There's my boy. Right, so we have Smart Bomb, Armored Artillery, Lindholm Explosives, and Self-Repair. These have changed to configuration reload. So the overhealth is the same, and just checking if anything else has changed. Armored Artillery is staying in exactly the same format, hasn't been changed at all since live. Lindholm Explosives is exactly the same. Self-Repair is exactly the same. Configuration reload is the only thing that's changed, replacing Smart Bomb. So Smart Bomb wasn't changed since launch, so this is the live version, and it's been changed directly down to reload. Refresh the cooldown of the grenade when changing configurations. So it is very obviously meant to be enabling you to move more about the map, right? It's very obviously meant to be enabling mobility for the most part. That's kind of like the idea. 25% no longer damages you. I will say one of the problems with mobility is when mobility is in such a big burst that essentially all you can do is go aggressively in and then use that mobility to get out. I think that can be problematic. So maybe having the reload is better. No longer damages you reduces the kind of like diversity of allowing heals onto people in order to allow them to go into play. So I do think self-damage from abilities like this are healthy if it is already incentivized to use it aggressively. I think if it's already disincentivized to use it aggressively, then having self-damage as well can make it so you never do that, or most players never do that. But in this situation, it seems like this, for the most part, was a relatively passive ability that's being made, first off, slightly less easy to use aggressively, but then a lot more easy to use aggressively there. You can grenade, assault, grenade, and burr the enemy. Yeah, so you're going to be rocket jumping in every single time with your with your turret mode. Changing configuration mean coming out of shift? Yes, I'm pretty sure. Does it include the ult? I don't think that matters. I mean, the ult is just this thing that takes so long that realistically a reload of the grenade won't really matter. But you can grenade, form, grenade, and double grenade now. Interesting. Okay, I think that's pretty sorted. Nade form, nade exit form, nade. Yeah. You can just spam nades. But I think the change between forms is probably big enough that it's probably a little bit awkward. Obviously, we don't know how that flows now. But yeah. This removes a huge weakness of Bastion, which is him being diveable, because it increases survivability and his dueling. I don't like it. At the high level, yes, I will agree with that. Increases survivability and his dueling, I don't like it. I think that one of the things with Bastion is his form is made reasonable through the fact that it's relatively telegraphed where he is and he has to use a lot of resources to use it. So I feel like with a big mobility increase like this, you probably need a change around of his ability to be able to kill things instantly if he is an LOS of them with it. But generally, I think with Bastion in particular, we tried with our mode quite a bit to change him around and make him more mobile. And I think this is probably a reasonable place to do this. I think we'll see. So from the top, power creep. This is an obvious power creep. This is significantly better than the first version, right? Like that's pretty obvious. So this is kind of like a 2 for power creep. I think that's definitely like a 2. Like, that's bad for the game to get so much power creep into Bastion's kit on a minor perk as well. It has, obviously the minor perk wasn't used. People started using over health on the ult, and that's kind of like a canary in a coal mine for how bad it was. Design direction in comparison to this, I'm gonna sit on the fence here. I think there's a better design direction, but I am concerned about them not doing changes that need to happen in order for this to be healthy. So I'm going to say this is like a 6. I'm kind of happy with where it's going, but I'm concerned that other changes aren't made around it. In terms of jazz factor, I think it's pretty obvious that this is a 8 in terms of jazz factor, and loads of people who want to play this. Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious. Nobody's complaining about the jazz factor of this ability. That's a cool thing to use, right? Let's go over to Gas. Hey, Guyliner. 9 months is like a baby or something? Oh my god, did we kiff? Thank you. Very much appreciated. All the time you spent with me is very much appreciated. Thank you. Get Cassidy on screen. Right, so, February perks, quick draw, past noon, gunslinging, bang, bang. So, obviously, quick draw has been changed significantly since then. It is something that you can hold the button instead of having to individually click, which made it a lot more flowy. I think we all agree with that. Past noon got changed completely to even the odds. That's regen 20 health per second for each enemy targeted by Deadeye, so that got completely removed. So, even the odds has been said to be, are these all live now? No, they're going live on season 18 in like 5-6 days. So even the odds, 20 health per second for each enemy targeted by Deadeye. So that hasn't changed at all. So this is false. This one. Yeah. Cool. So cross off that ain't changed. Gunslinging. Critical hits with primary fire reduce the cooldown of combat roll by 3 seconds. That's not new. Silver Bullet is new, though. Oh, so these are just wrong. Okay, so basically everything's the same as current live, apart from Silver Bullet down here. Silver Bullet is replacing Bang Bang, right? So second flashbang going, and it's being replaced by Silver Bullet. Yep. So Peacekeepers. So I think Second Flash was awful. Like, I really dislike Second Flash. You didn't even need to do anything to it. You literally just used it. It was one of those kind of like changes that was just straight power creep. It was bad for the video game, and it made him more brain dead because the Second Flash went further. He controlled more space in an unhealthy manner, in my opinion. I didn't like any of Double Flash. I thought it was really bad. Silver Bullet. Peacekeeper secondary fire is replaced with a piercing shot that inflicts bleeding. Combat roll and Deadeye reset his cooldown. So you're going to be able to shoot one shot with secondary fire. Basically, you've got a burst in the kit. So you've got a click, click, and then you can use the right click that's on a cooldown. Definitely seems like it's going to be one shot, right? A piercing shot that inflicts bleeding. Oh, Bang Bang's gone to minor? Oh, so everything's mislabeled. Okay, so Bang Bang's gone to minor. I'm unhappy with that in general. Quick Draw's been removed. Even the Odds is the new version of Past Noon, which is absolutely fine. Okay, so Even the Odds is the same. Bang Bang is gone there. Quick Draw's gone. Okay. Man, there's a lot of changes here. I think putting Bang Bang on a minor perk is kind of like awkward for the game. I think it's not a translation. It does make sense to be a minor perk, but I'm unhappy that it's going to be more in the video game, I guess is what I'm saying. Because it's one of those that isn't transformative for the playstyle, so I kind of get why. Yeah, thank you, Didact. Silver Bullet should be base kit. Fan is so outdated. Well, you say outdated, the thing with outdated abilities is the game's moved in a healthy direction past them and made them outdated, so yeah. I definitely think Silver Bullet makes a lot of sense for 5v5. I think gunslinging's awkward, personally, to me. I don't know about anyone else. 3 seconds doesn't seem like enough reward for hitting a crit, but it's very high skill floor in order to be able to actually make use of gunslinging. So having something that's a bit more reliable is probably better as like an adaptation. If you got something that requires a lot of skill like gunslinging, then you got Silver Bullet instead. That's a lot. I think that's more healthy in general, right? It was great when they said during the stream this update started touch on every part of the game. We know that won't be true. You know what I'm going to do? This is an executive decision. I'm going to swap these two round. And this is gonna ruin everything. But it enables me later to be able to cut the more relevant one closer to me. So currently the blue one here is going to be the new one closer to me, so I can cut into it if I ever decide to YouTube this. Yeah, it's a difficult one. I'm not happy with Bang Bang's new position. I think Silver Bullet is probably healthy, but I've yet to see it, right? The bleed is also going to continuously apply DPS passive like Ash's Dynamite, which sounds really fun to deal with. Yeah, you get a Silver Bullet on a DPS. That marks you on an angle for a long time, right? You hit one body shot with Silver Bullet, man, you're just marked. Even if you're being actively healed, you're just... Yeah. That's actually really scary. 30% DPS passive, that's going to be quite oppressive in 5v5. Bleed is so strong. I mean, Ash Dynamite marks you for ages, but it's a big outgoing of resources. Okay. In terms of both of these changes, Bang Bang, Quick Draw being removed, Bang Bang being put in, Silver Bullet being put in, as opposed to Bang Bang. I'm going to say, in terms of power creep, this is about even, right? I think that's about even in terms of power creep, don't you? I think that this going up here, this being removed, and then this being introduced is probably about the same. So I'm going to say 5 for power creep. In terms of jazz factor, I mean, Silver Bullet's pretty jazzy. I'm going to say about like a 7. The things removed for this is Quick Draw, which honestly, people are kind of done with Quick Draw. So it's about a 7, maybe even an 8 for power creep, for jazz factor, right? Like, it's pretty good in terms of trying to make people play Cassidy. Design direction, I think this would be... For 5v5, I'm going to say particularly, this is like a really good design direction I'm happy they're going in, because you can mark a flank with just one bullet. It kind of like gives the brawl style of Cassidy kind of like more nuance once they get into the high level, without saying like it's a lot of ridiculous amount of raw power, but it is quite a lot of power creep. So I'm trying to take out power creep from the design direction. I kind of like it. I'm gonna say like a 7 for this. I think it's healthy, especially compared to what we had before. I am relatively happy with Cassidy. And yes, we're going to be sitting here until we've done all of them. I don't know why I'm zooming out and back in every single time. Right. So, Echo's changed quite a bit with the perks. There you go. Sorry, I'm just scrolling up and down. Right, so Echo's changed quite a bit. So, friendly imaging already was there. That is a current live thing. So, that's currently live. Enhanced duplication is currently exactly the same. So, that's currently live. So, Echo's changed a ridiculous amount. But we're going to be comparing the changes in general. Sticky bombs fire 50% more projectiles, but all sticky bombs deal 15% less damage. That's still there. And then high beams is still there. Cool, so nothing's changed on Echo from live, but Echo Live is a big difference from what Echo used to be. So I guess we can still rate the changes. So Focus Rush, range increased by 4 meters and movement speed increased by 10% when... Oh, sorry, wrong way around. I'm already getting it wrong. So this is live, this is new. Idiot, yes. This guy, literally. So, full salvo is going to be doing full damage. So power creeps are 10. What's happening here? Why do you have the wiki open also? Because this is Feb. So this is launch perks. I've got the wiki for live perks, and I've got the new perks. So wiki is live. Do you want me to put some description on the screen so that people know? Maybe. Yeah. Imagine landing all your stickies on a tank without armor. Man, that is crazy. It was already the burst in the kit. That's such a massive increase in the burst. That's insane. That's insane. High beep is the same. Full salvo's massively changed. Partial scan. Duplicate starts with 50% of its ultimate charge. Sure. I mean, that's a good value thing. I think enhanced duplication didn't really ever get anything. I don't know if we really have any Echo players in chat, but I don't think enhanced duplication really got anything. Focus Rush is broken and you'll not survive on tank. What's Focus Rush? Focusing beams range increased by 4 meters and movement speed increased by 10% when active. Oh, cool. So we can have the shoot tank build. Nice. Nice, Blizzard. So shoot tank and murder the tank and the tank will die. So this is awful for 6v6, right? Like, that's real bad. That's a lot of hate. 10% is going to be crazy. I think the 10% will matter. Yeah, I think the 10% will matter. Being able to chase down through shields and stuff like that, especially like if somebody's blocking. Longer beam as well. 270 damage with all stickies. You cannot run, you cannot hide. The beam still arrives, man. Oh God, why? Okay, so pretty obvious here. In terms of power creep, this is pretty much worst case scenario, right? Nobody's happy here. Jazz factor. Is it even jazzy? I don't think it is. Compared to like friendly imaging, I don't think it's very jazzy. So this is like, I don't know, a 2 in terms of jazziness, and in terms of design direction. Taking out the power creep, the design direction, what it actually does is it shoots tank. Yeah, it just buffs. It's pretty bad. If we take out the fact that it's buffs, there's no design direction to this. It's just a buff, right? If we take out the fact that this is power creep, is it good independently to increase the range of focusing beam and let them chase down? I don't know. Like, if we just take out the fact that you can just chase people down, is it more healthy in this kind of a mode if we take out other things in the character's kit? I don't know. I feel like Focus Rush was already like this skill check to being able to get to people and being able to use it. I don't think it makes it easier to use at a low rank. I think it's one of those where yeah, it's only bad changes. So that's like a 1-2 to me for design direction. Man, that's pretty bad. And I actually think the things that we came from, right? I think this was pretty cool. I think it was fine, right? Man, that sucks. So Echo's terrible. Good job, Blizzard. That's real bad. Freya next. Oh no, there's no Freya. Okay, so we can only compare Freya to Freya's perks from live, because obviously Freya wasn't released at the time. So we're comparing you to you at this point. The other screen doesn't matter in any way. I'll just zoom this out so it doesn't look like it's anything else. Hunter's Instinct. Take direct hit for take aim. Reveal enemies to Freya for 3 seconds. Okay, why? For Freya? Quick dash distance increased by 20%. Oh god, no. Oh god. What? Why are we movement creeping Freya? The most awful character in terms of their ability to cross the map in the video game. Fucking. After using updraft, heal for 30 health per second until Freya touches the ground? Why? Why would you do that to your video game? What? What the hell? Why would you do that? Man. You either permamark someone or nuke them in 2 shots? I don't think it matters as much as you think. I mean, people can't re-peek after being gatted by Freya's aim anyway, right? Like, I don't think Hunter's Instinct really matters. I just kind of question what it does. I think you already know where they are. They're going to unpeak until they're healed back up. 3 seconds isn't really long enough to stop them unpeaking for a long period of time. I don't think it does that much, and it's just Freya. It's not teammates as well, so I don't think that does too much. We remove frostbolts. I mean, removing frostbolts is a good thing. You can ping them through walls. What do you mean ping them through walls? You can't ping... What, you can ping revealed enemies through walls? Is that a thing? No way that's a thing. No, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that in a video game. Yeah, so momentum boost is clear power creep. I think that's unilaterally negative. Aerial recovery is replacing updraft transfer temporary free use of quick dash. So I think Ready to Hunt was actually one of the reasons people were actually interested in Freya getting that extra reset. I think that was really jazzy. I don't think this is too jazzy. I think this is just straight movement creep on a character that already was problematic because of their movement abilities. So yeah, I don't think this is good. So Freya, pretty much power creep is power creep. I'm gonna say about 2. I think yeah, I think it's about 2. I don't think it's great. Obviously, Ready to Hunt being removed is power reduction, but aerial recovery makes up for that for the most part. Movement is massive. 20% extra movement distance is, whew, that's real good. And it just allows Freya to play in crazy spots, just absolutely insane spots. Hunter's Instinct, don't really care about in terms of power. Jazziness. Oh, is this even jazzy? It's quite boring, right? Like, this is like a 3. I think the other ones that we had were more jazzy. And in terms of design direction, man, it's got to be a 2, right? It's got to be a 2. This is awful in terms of design direction, especially the high ranks, movement boost. None of this gives it anything really to low rank players, but all it does is give massive movement creep to high rank. And even if we take out the creep, the idea of the design of having Freya be able to cross massive gaps and be able to get that access into the backline means that she can extend so much further. Yeah. Overall power, no jazz detected. Yeah, that's really bad. Okay. Not happy with Freya. Genji. We will find Genji. We're still blaming Custer for all the perks, right? Right. Okay, so acrobatics is still the same, apart from swift strike and wall climb reset double jump on live from release. Dragon Thirst is still the same. Blade Twisting, 25 additional damage. Yep, that's still the same. And then regenerate 35 health per second when Deflect is active. Meditation actually got a buff since launch. So this is a tiny bit better, this is a tiny bit better. I think Genji's perks in general were a bit underwhelming. I think most people agreed with that as time went on. So the changes are, that's the same. That's the same, that's the same. The only change is swift cuts for acrobatics. I think acrobatics was probably the more boring version of the changes, right? I think acrobatics was the worst perk out of them. Nobody really used it for the most part. 30% lifesteal was very good. So it's good. Blade Twisting is different. Oh, Blade Twisting is also different. Cool. So Blade Twisting been changed slightly as well. Let's do swift cuts first. Quick melee reduces the cooldown of swift strike by 3 seconds. What's current live cooldown on swift strike? What's current live cooldown? Let's have a look, see. 8 seconds. Is that good enough to actually influence something? In what situations would you be meleeing for cooldowns apart from in these 2 melees? Yeah, I'm trying to think of a situation where you'd ever want to 2 melee. Obviously, edge cases, right? If you're being pushed, that melee allows you to be able to get out in certain situations where you accidentally overextend a bit better, right? But I'm like, would you ever want to melee twice? No, so it's only for that edge case. You're just taking the lifesteal, right? Most Genjis just melee when close enough anyway. I mean, it's a straight buff on the combo, right, to enable you to do the combo more. But you're going to get the combo reset if you're using it properly anyway. It's a skill floor reduction for people that fail the combo, I guess. It doesn't say quick melee hits similar to other perks that proc on melee. Maybe the idea is that it's a... Oh yeah, by how it reads, you can just melee the air and get your cooldown reduced. Maybe the idea is they didn't want it to be able to prop on multiple people. So if you're in a group, they don't want you to be able to swipe it, so it only procs once, and that's why they phrased it that way. Is this so broken? Well, it's just badly phrased, I think. Well, we needed something, but I think you just take the 30% lifesteal, right, guys? I don't think you'd ever take this. And I think Dragon's Thirst kind of still doesn't fit for the most part. It's a lot of raw power. So it's not really done anything for the character, in my opinion. Blade Twisting is no longer 25 additional damage after and a limb. Now it's if the enemy is below half health. So basically, you're a lot more lethal if you're using it for the kill. It enables you to... That's really strong. I'm trying to think. That's very strong, isn't it? Depends if it procs before or after the dash damage. Swift Cuts lets you engage with dash and escape even if you don't kill. Yes, so it's a skill floor lowering, right? I don't think lowering the skill floor on Genji is positive. If Swift Strike was upped with Season 9, it would be at 62.5 instant damage. Yeah, it's definitely got a lot of power taken out of it. The power of Genji is to be able to threaten kills onto people with low health, right? That's the power of Genji. They can stay in space at the moment, especially in Season 9, and they can occupy space and force enemies out of space by existing there. You have to think a bit about who to dash after on a limb. Now you just get extra value if they're low. I mean, it's not extra value if they're low, it's more lethality if they're low. I mean, the extra 25 damage, I'm going to assume that's going to... It's 25 damage over time. It's going to take in like 1 second, right? Otherwise, it's going to be obscenely low. If they're not going to make 25 damage per second tick for 3 seconds, right? What is the current time Blade Twisting? Does it take a long time? Is it pretty fast? I don't think they're thinking of changing it. Yeah, I don't think it's that interesting. It's more raw power. Obviously, I think you take it because it is strong, but I'm not really happy with these in general. Right, so power creep. I think this doesn't matter because this is always going to be picked regardless. Hey, Prod. Can't wait until you get to Kiriko. Man, that's going to be like 3 hours. Blade twisting is fine, right? Like, it's just straight power creep. Blade twisting was bad before. Would we take meditation still on 35 health per second? No, I think we just take blade twisting, I'm going to be honest. It's a lot more threat. If we're playing in any setting, we're going to have enough healing to be able to keep our space. Sure, meditation is good, but, like, I know 25 extra damage on dash is just good, right? Meditation was horrible. Meditation is just to enable you to hold space. Obviously, DPS passive 5v5 makes it pretty much useless because it's just not enough healing. Yeah, so essentially what's happening is Blade Twisting is just getting strict better. So power creep, this is definitely power creep. So this is like a 4. I don't think it's maybe a 3. That is a lot of power. That's a lot of power in Blade Twisting. Jazz Factor, I don't think this is interesting in any way. That's like a 3. Design Direction. Quick Melee is a questionable design direction. I mean, it is a better design direction than Acrobatics. I mean, so maybe it's getting better, but still, like, I don't know. I feel like Acrobatics was more jazzy. I'm not happy with that design space, to be honest. I don't think it's interesting. If it were to go to 4 seconds, what I think is interesting. If it would go to 5, what I think is interesting, no. So, like, that's how you can kind of test a couple of these things. You can kind of just, like, stream ice them and see what happens. Would I think it's cool if it was a higher? Not really. Do I like the design direction of making it better to fail at your instant kill? Not really either, right? I don't think I like that either. Blade twisting, that's just bad design space in my mind. I think you should add the damage to dash. If this is necessary for dash to be good, you need to increase the base damage of dash instead of doing anything else, right? So I don't like it being dependent on a major perk to unlock. I think that sucks. Also, the kind of like space that Genji controls is now kind of uncertain depending on what perks they have. If they unlock better blade twisting, then doing that extra 25 damage to you meaningfully changes your breakpoints. Like, I don't know. I don't like that. Not happy. Yep, so Genji is pretty naff, I'm gonna be honest. I think we're over here. Hanzo. Right, so Sonic Arrow now is at 30 seconds, so that's been changed. Scatter Arrows have been changed to... nope, that's the same as live. Dragon's Fury is now 2 seconds instead of 1 second on live. And Yamagachi Technique has been changed to 300% over 250% because nobody fucking picked that. I'm going to be honest, I played a Hanzo game last night. Dragon's Fury is crazy strong, like really strong. You can just murder enemy tanks, especially in 6v6. It's a lot of tank hate in a really unhealthy way. I don't really like the design space in general of it. It's not great. It's not great. You can kind of just murder people, and you get that free arrow before it runs out now. So Scatter Arrows has been moved to a major perk. Yamagami Technique has been removed. That's fair enough. I think we all understood that was going to happen. Sonic Disruption is still the same. Swift Lunge has been replacement. So Swift Lunge is new. Scatter Arrows gets moved. Yamagachi Technique gets removed. So Swift Lunge. Arrow hits reduce the cooldown of lunge by up to 1 second based on charge. What is the live lunge cooldown? Live is 4 seconds. Based on charge? I don't know why you'd make it based on charge. Surely you'd want to reward people for landing lower charge shots. There's no reason in live to ever hit a low charge shot, so I don't know why you'd do that. Arrow hits. Arrow hits in general. So quick fire, rapid fire now literally just regenerates your lunge for free. Interesting. Probably just spam low charge to get it back and run away. I mean, if you're spamming low charge arrows to get it back, you're in a panic situation anyway. I don't think that would be meaningful. It just puts extra dynamics on the ability in my mind. Scatter arrows. On first ricochet, storm arrows split into 5 shots, dealing 33% damage, and bounce 1 extra time. Ugh. So that's just a massive buff to arrows, right? So both of these are power creep. Dragon's Fury obviously has been power creep massively. This is just a ridiculous power increase to Hanzo, right? Scatter arrows also, I'm gonna guess, interacts with this, right? Must do. Five shots, 33%. So how much is that in terms of? Yeah, that's a strong power increase. I don't think I'm really happy. Scatter arrows obviously was useless. It didn't do anything. You always just pick Sonic's Disruption. At the very least, now you get a choice as to what you're doing. You can control more space, or you can root yourself in space. So I think that's good design direction. Pairing these up together, so you actually have a choice there. So it's improved the perks in general. I think removing scatter arrows was good. Scatter arrows into major means that it's not really a gameplay difference for the most part. It's just, yeah. 2 scatter arrow hits will kill it at 250 with all 5 hitting. I don't think you ever guarantee that 5 will hit because it's going to bounce weirdly off the model though, right? So I severely doubt 5 will hit. Hmm. 625, you just shoot at the tank's feet. No, you gotta hit the actual bullet, right? I miss original scatter arrow. Oh wait, if you hit somebody, do you still get the scatter arrows from them? I was assuming that you couldn't, but can you hit somebody and that bounce? Okay, so if you hit someone with the arrow, it doesn't. It depends on the spread, I think. If the spread's the same as old scatter arrow, then we're pretty buggered. What is the scatter arrow spread on live? Is that the same as before? I'm gonna guess they didn't recode it. So it is the same. That's real good. What are we doing? 60% extra damage on Storm Arrow, and you have to aim it less. But then, like, a certain percentage is gonna miss by default. 625, fuck me. There's so much tank hate in this kit now. I don't like the design space. But I guess the design space is fine in 5v5 because we've invalidated tank hate for the most part. It's going to be really oppressive. But it's not really power creep because Yamagami technique was never used. So, like, it's not really power creep, right? It's just a new avenue for power creep. Because the simple answer is Dragon's Fury hates more on tanks than it does on DPS anyway, because you're more likely to be able to hit the consecutive shots on tanks, especially at the medium ranks. It's really what makes Hanzo so unbearable. Yeah, I think Storm Arrow is a massive problem in the kit. personally. I don't like storm arrows, which is why with our Hanzo rework, we made storm arrow be the marking tool and the arrows be the killing tool, because I think that enables you to be able to have a rapid fire that is okay at close range and can help with your dueling capabilities, but at the same point, isn't always up at close range or isn't the killing tool the majority of the time. So yeah, let's rate and go. Power creep. This is, I mean, you can't really power creep Dragon's Fury, but I'm gonna rate from 1 second. There's been a massive amount of power creep in the perk since then. So Hanzo is currently at like a 2 in terms of the power on the character is crazy high. And it's high in a bad place, so jazz factor. Are people gonna play this character for this? Swift lunge? Scatter arrows? Not really. You gonna play it for Swift lunge? It's not really interesting. Scatter arrows? Sure, people are gonna play it to abuse it, but it's not really fun, right? We've already got scatter arrows, so I say this is like a 3. In terms of design direction, Swift lunge is better. Scatter arrows on the original up here was, well, sorry, then just moving that around everywhere. On the original here was useless, so that's better. But I can't really compliment them for removing something that is literally useless. Hack is so much better still. It has to be. I think, yeah, you can't hit enough arrows to realistically do it. Swift, it guarantees you a double lunge out if you are in deep space though. If a tank chases you, you can basically guarantee the double lunge if you one shot and then rapid fire into them. So maybe that's good enough with storm arrows. Hard to tell though. Design direction of scatter arrows is bad. So I'm going to say that's like and Dragon Fury's got worse over time, so I'm going to say that's like a 3. You should not have this ridiculous amount of power spike in the major perk of a character. It completely, it just dumps to the character. Hanzo is ridiculous. I went 15k damage when the next person on my team was at 8k yesterday by using Dragon's Fury. It's crazy good, and scatter arrows is just the same amount of bullshit, to be honest. Lunge feels like such an underpowered ability to get refunded. The reach is so minor that it would be super situational in it being boost your effectiveness. Yeah, realistically, what they should do is they should pair Lunge to Dragon's Fury and make Lunge give you a 25% boost, and then give you a way to improve Lunge, right? In the base kit or something like that. If they wanted to knit it all together and make it make sense, they should do that. But really, it doesn't. We really should be keeping track of positives and negative changes to see the ratio of good and bad. Do you want me to get it on a spreadsheet? I can go back and get it on a spreadsheet. Can we not? This will take 3 months anyway. We're going to be here for 3 hours. Do you know what, guys? I'll do it in post. I'll do it in post. It's fine. We'll do it, but it will just be me doing all the work. Junkrat. Right, so Junkrat's had quite a few changes, right? Junkrat, steel trap throw range increased by 50%. It changed to visibility, and then it changed to an anti-heal. I think they've abandoned this as a concept, so this is gone, and I think it's probably good that it's gone. I think in all the forms it was pretty bad. Nitro boost has been changed to... No, that's the same as live, so that's the same. Frag cannon is the same as launch. TikTok has been changed to 0.25 of a second instead of 0.5, and the damage was increased. Yeah, so the damage was... Oh no, the damage has been taken the same. So it's literally just got a 0.25 arm duration. So that's what's changed since live in general. So what do we have that's new? Killing blows with concussion mine, restore 1 charge. Sure, I mean, it doesn't really help the gameplay loop of the character, it just enables them to snowball more, right? It's a good perk in terms of power, in terms of health. I don't really like these minor perks that make... It's kind of like Ilari's minor perk that makes flight better. I don't really like choosing between neutral power versus ultimate power. It seems like one of those that you're bound into choosing the ultimate power if you are closing in your ult when you get the first perk. If you're not, you're kind of like... Or you already use the ult, you just choose the other one that's neutral power. So there's no real choice there for the most part. Gives him an escape after a kill. It's a good perk for Assassin Rat. Yeah, that's true. It's a lot more assassinating. Hold out. Complaints for now. Bon Voyage. After launching with Conk, Junkrat gains 35% increase attack speed for 3 seconds. What? Why? 35% increase attack speed? Why? Huh. Killing Blow and Bon Voyage? Yeah. Mine Recycling and Bon Voyage is obviously meant to be used together. 35% is significant. You're going to use one clip in there anyway. Easy nuking people and escaping? Yeah. Bomber flying overhead, spamming 20 shots. It is so weird, right? Because I consider this to be the most toxic direction they ever could have gone with Junkrat, right? Because it's kind of necessary for 5v5 to do this, isn't it? Because he has to be able to be a DPS dueler, because the design space for hating on tanks and be able to damage tanks is kind of like degenerate or doesn't work, so they've made it invalid by making a block slopper thing. So now we have this bullshit. You only get one clip at... That is a positive, I guess. You only get one clip. But, yeah. Assassin Rat is the most skillful way to play him? Yes. I just disagree that it's necessarily a good thing for the game in general. Like, I still don't think Assassin Rat is good to play against. I think having a Junkrat 50 miles above your head, like, coming into you and having, like, really no reaction to that, especially at a low level, is kind of feels horribly oppressive, even more oppressive than spam. And I don't think spam is a design space that is invalid, personally, especially in 6v6. It's depressing to play against. I think Junkrat still oppresses to play against, man. I think he's more oppressive to play against, still depressing to play against than he was before. I don't really like where he is. Defense, set up a mine pre-start, use mine into air, 35% attack speed at spawn door, mine again for repeat twice over. Yeah, you can do a lot of murder with this. I mean, it is Bonvoy, it is a major perk, but what'll I do? Is that the one? That's not the one. It's that one. Apparently, you don't click the side buttons here. That's funny. It's a good thing I didn't have any weird things saved on my computer, isn't it? And that would have been embarrassing if that was weird. Spam's good if it's predictable. Junkrat spam inherently isn't. Yeah, I think it's... I think Junkrat's mind being slow makes it relatively predictable. I think it's still oppressive, don't get me wrong. I don't think it feels good, but I don't even think that this is necessarily a better direction than the spam, especially for 6v6. In 5v5, yeah, it's necessary. And I just think it's depressing that it is necessary. Good spammers like May and Sim? I don't know. You know it's being spammed, right? He's area denial. That's kind of the point. I feel like the area denial design space has kind of been removed. I actually have finished my drink already. Predictable, avoidable? I think Junkrat's more or less a predictable and avoidable. I wish his what are they called? His orbs, his grenades. I wish his grenades are louder as they fly through the air. That's the main thing I'd change. To make it so that they are, you know they're out there kind of thing. They don't really have the threat in the audio that I think they need. The bounce is the issue. The bounce is the issue, but the bounce is also tied into the fact that it's unpredictable whether they're being thrown at you from around a corner because there's not good enough audio feedback. Junkrat needs self-damage back. I just don't think it's a good design space for him. I think it's necessary, but I think it makes the character worse in 6v6. So I'm unhappy is the answer. I'm generically unhappy. Sure. Fuck it. Power creep. Is it power creep? Yes. So I'm gonna say about 4 because it is power creep then over aluminium frame. Don't like it. It straight up is. Maybe like a 3. That's a reasonable amount. The perks sucked. I'm not giving them points for having something completely invalid before and now making something strong in the future, if you get what I mean, right? So the power creep has increased over what it was before, so that's what I'm basing it on. Jazz factor. I think this is good enough to make people play it. I think it's like a 7 for jazz factor. Don't you think? Yeah, 7 or 8? I actually think people will play Junkrat specifically to do this bullshit. I don't think I'm happy about that, but I think they're going to do it regardless. Design direction, I'm going to say about 3. I'm not happy with this design direction anyway, but I will admit that for 5v5, this is about a 6 or 7 in terms of design direction, right? So it's a lot better for 5v5 than it is for what I want for the game and what I think is healthy for 6v6. So it's worse for 6v6 and it's worse in terms of the overall design direction, in my opinion. I'm not happy. We are on May next. Oh, Realth, you gonna be here all day? Yes, I will. May. So May's perks were absolute bullshit. Nobody was happy with them. They were really bad. The freeze in the AoE around the ice block was awful. I hope they've removed it. I'm not even looking right now. I hope they've removed it. And the slowdowns were really bad, right? As well. Nobody was really happy with the slowdowns. Secondary fire hits. Yeah, okay. So May can only get better, right? Like it can only get better. Primary fire's range increased by 30%. That is... So, primary fire's range increased by 30%. So, originally, we had secondary fire hit slow enemy by 20% for 1.5 seconds, right? And then that got moved to a major perk there and got given a stacking effect, right? So that got moved. And then Deep Freeze got... Continually hitting the enemy with primary fire, freezes them for a short time, got changed and replaced with Chilling Reach, right? So Deep Freeze got replaced with Chilling Reach, Biting Cold swapped in terms of place, and 1 got changed. Got moved from a major to a minor. Yes. Deep Freeze got added. Yes, Deep Freeze got added over Chilling Reach, yes. So Chilling Reach got removed, Deep Freeze got added, Biting Cold got removed to minor instead of Chilling Reach. So that went there, and then that went there. But this got reworked to something else in the middle of it, which is the freeze. Cool. So that's where we are. Cryostorm is obtuse bullshit, and oh, look, they didn't remove it. So Cryostorm's still here. So that's the worst part of the kit. I think Biting Cold is really annoying. Oh, what have we got here? Bloody continuously hitting enemies with primary fire freezes them? No, that's the same. Okay, so Cryostorm and Deep Freeze are the same. So these majors are the same. So Permafrost is the same as Live, and that's got replaced. And then Biting Cold has been replaced as well. Skating Rink. Allies within Blizzard gain 25% increased movement speed and heal for 50 health per second. It's very niche. It's one of those alt interactions, right? Double jumping creates a small ice pillar that launches May into the air? What? 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 Man, what the hell is that? Launches her into the air? Is this on cooldown? Can you just double jump continuously? It's got to be on a cooldown, right? Yeah, Spylo's currently like, oh, mobility, it's good for all heroes. So to start off, I'm not happy with mobility creep. So this is not great for me because of mobility creep. In terms of design, I think it's good for some characters to be able to not move, right? Having the design space of somebody doesn't move is good. It's from April Fools, and it was very fun. Okay, yeah, it does have a cooldown. Okay. I remember it being in April Fools, but I didn't know if they would have recoded it. I guess we will find out soon. Would be hilarious with just constant launching, yeah. It allows you to hold such deep space, though. It's crazy good for that. Nobody's ever going to pick skating rank, let's gonna be honest. 25% increased movement speed and heal for 50 health per second. Who the fuck cares? Right? This, got a link for it? Sorry, I'm just it's very much a double jump with an ice pillar effect more than anything, isn't it? You look at that. It doesn't look like a. It seems a lot more like a double jump than it does an ice pillar, right? Spoilers, it's okay. I don't pay attention to anything at the best of times, so I'm not spoiled. Yeah, I'm not happy with that design space, but whatever. Deep Freeze still around, Crystorm still around, unchanged, unhappy with that. Skating Rink is useless, and it's also one of those decide between your ultimate or your enjoyment of the video game in neutral perks, which I don't like. So basically what I'm saying is power creep, this is like this is like a 2, right? Like this is real bad in terms of power creep. Glacial Propulsion is really strong. Skating Rink is actually really good, but it's really boring. Jazz Factor, I'm gonna say Skating Rink's, well, it's fine, don't get me wrong. Glacial Propulsion's so high though. Jazz Factor's like a 9. Design Direction, come on guys, like, are we happy with this? Is this a good design direction for May? I know May doesn't have anything, but that's mostly because you fucked her over repeatedly in every single, like... The other thing is, right, it's always going to be more healthy for 5v5 on the characters that are unhealthy in 5v5 because you can only change it in a good direction, right? Spylo dying inside, hearing Realth say he doesn't like his May perks. Well, the problem is that these characters that are unhealthy in the current format don't need to be unhealthy in 6v6, and the way that you do change them to make them more healthy in 5v5 make them worse or unhealthy in 6v6, right? Like, that's the difference here. So I'm going to be completely disagreeing on quite a lot of these characters that Spylo does. If Spylo's going to react to this, I'm always going to be unhappy compared to him, especially when it's characters that are less healthy in his game mode, right? Yeah, so design direction, I'm going to say this is like a 3. I'm going to say like a 3. I'm not happy with that. I'm not happy. Like, this is fine-ish, but I don't like the design of having an ultimate minor perk. And Glacial Propulsion is like, it's just movement creep, right? It's just movement creep. Yeah, no. No, thank you. No, thank you, Blizzard. I'm all right. In fact, I don't want that actively. We'll do Farah, then we're going to have a 2-minute break for me to go get a drink. Yes, we are doing all of them. Screw you. Gonna be here all day. How's everyone doing? You're all excited to be here for the next couple of hours? Vacuum Conch removed his base. Oh, Vacuum Conch's been removed. Okay, so what have we done to Farah? So Farah... Drift Thrusters is the same, obviously. They haven't changed that in any way. This has changed to 125 health to shields on live, and direct hits with rocket launcher trigger passive regen. So live is currently the same as that, but that's changed from the launch. I think that needed a good buff, and they gave it a good buff. Conch Implosion has been the same since it's been launched and has always been really strong. Fuel Stores is the same as launch there. So Fuel Stores is staying the same. Conch Implosion has been removed. Helix Shields is the same. Drift Thruster is the same. So it's literally, only change is Conch Implosion removed, Sky Spy introduced. Concussive blast reveals targets to Farah for 3 seconds. During this, the next rocket launcher hit per target, the next direct rocket launcher hit per target deals 30% extra damage. Per target? So this stacks? So you can conk them and then deal more and more damage if you're able to hit directs. Right? Is that the correct reading of this? Conk Implosion was very good. Yeah, Conk Implosion was basically, you know that thing where you've got like a pen and like you can hold it from the top and it's really easy to hold, or you hold it from the bottom and it just falls over? Oh, wow. Crazy, isn't it? Right? That's Conk Implosion. If you're knocking them away, you have to actually aim. If you're knocking them towards it, you know where it's going, so it's fine, right? And you can hit it guaranteed. So Conk Implosion, I think, was unhealthy in general. It was just very good. So it marked several people. It's once per target. Okay, yes. So it's not stacking. It's just hitting one target at a time. So you can mark 3 people and then get 30%, 30%, 30%. But if you go back, it will be 100%, right? So anyone marked gets 30% extra for one shot. Do we want Conk being a combo? I didn't feel like I had much of a problem with Conk being a combo, right? I didn't know if anyone else disagrees. I think Conk Implosion was problematic. Conk Implosion with better older Rissa Holt. That's true, yeah. Just want old jet fuel back? Fair enough, yeah. New perk is worse, Imo? Yeah, I think so too. And that means it is negative power creep. This is a perk you take if you have infinite skill. Would you use fuel stores? So, time to go straight to rating, because I think that's the best thing to talk about. Power creep. Well, this is obviously like an 8. It's negative power creep. It's probably healthy for the game for the character to be worse in that way. Can we put that power into the main kit if we need it? It's also quite high skill scaling in terms of power. And I think Farah needed some high skill scaling. I don't know if anyone else agrees. The kind of like Farah that spammy from an angle was problematic. You could probably bring Farah back a little bit towards the spam playstyle and give it a skill curve with the Sky Spy if that was in the kit. It's a bit, obviously, like, it's a bit sad that this is in the major slot in my mind. Conk shoot conk shoot combo has been a thing on and off. Yes, it has. It's made them a lot more bursty. I agreed with that. Yeah, so about an 8 on power creep. That is negative power creep for the character. It's power creep at the high level where they can handle that power creep, which I think is fine. I think the Conk Implosion was boring power that did the same thing as this, but in a more boring way. Basically giving her pre-season 9 time to kill, but with skill. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be impactful for low ranks and medium ranks. I think Conk Implosion was impactful for low and medium ranks, made it a lot more consistent in an unhealthy way, and I think that was I think I like this type of power more than I like this type of power, just in terms of power levels, right? That's my opinion. Jazz factor? I think that's about a 5. I think Conk Implosion brought people in. I think Sky Spy will bring people in. I don't think it's particularly more interesting if you agree with me or disagree with me. Design direction. Yeah. I'm reasonably happy with this. I'd be fine with this in live, to be honest. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think any perks are necessary, but if we're going to have a perk, I think this is probably a reasonable way to do it. So, yeah, I'm going to say that's about like an 8. Pretty happy with that. Minor change, but I think a good minor change for me at the very least. Obviously, this is always going to be incredibly subjective. Reaper. We've not done any tanks. We're currently 2/3 of the way through the DPS. Aren't you supposed to take a break? Yeah, we'll take a couple of minutes break now. I'm gonna go get a drink. I'm gonna go get some caffeine, and we'll be right back. You know, instead of doing that, do you know what I'm gonna do? Oh, I'm gonna use the VR back screen. Oh, man. Be right back screen. You haven't seen that in ages. Old Numbani? Oh, I miss Old Numbani. That was my coffee shop. Hello everyone, I'm back. Hello guys, Realth here. Coming at you live through the power of the internet. Yes. Do 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 do. Blog post you may want to read after this is about progression. Yes, I'll read that in late 2026. After we're finished with all of the perks. In 5 weeks, if you are done, you might want to look at the blog post. So I'm opening my can. I have weak fingers. I don't know if anyone else experiences this. My fingers are incredibly weak, and I can't open cans of anything without getting an implement to open the cans. How are you feeling about the Silksong announcement? Do you know how I'm feeling about the Silksong announcement? I'm feeling like Beth has a week off that week, and we're gonna fucking yeah. Oh, it's not gonna be a stream game, guys. It's gonna be a me and Beth game. Man, that was so good. Can I open cans? I have weak fingers. Yeah, Silksong on the 4th, by the way, guys. So excited, man. I've been waiting for years, man. I really hope they recreate the feeling of Deep Nest. I think that's my that was so good for me. Just absolutely incredible. Probably the peak of gaming. Just the feel of it, right? The grossness. Oh, so good. Will you play Silksong with your spouse, Spilo? Unfortunately, my spouse is going to have to give it a break. My girlfriend is going to be the one who's going to be doing it with me. I'm so excited, man. I never completed the Pantheons. But I did pretty much everything else in Hollow Knight back in the day. Are you drinking Red Bull? Yes, I have a Red Bull. Is that okay, random? You're going to tell me it's bad for my health? I know it's bad for my health. Okay, Reaper. Welcome back, Reaper. So we had Death Shadow, which stayed the same. We had Soul Reaving, which stayed the same. We had Dire Triggers, which stayed the same. And we have Ravenous Wraith that stayed the same. So everything was the same. In terms of this, that's the same, that's the same, that's the same. The only thing that's changed is the teleport's going to be changing. Death Shadow changed to Shadow Blink. Shadow Steps to cast time and cooldowns are 25% faster, but the range is reduced by 25%. That's quite interesting. 25% reduction in range? 25% faster? Cast time and cooldown is faster. What is the current cooldown? Is it on 8 or is it more than 8 at the moment? Mm-hmm. 10. I was wrong. Wraith form's 8. So that reduces it 25% from 10 to I can do this math. 7.5. So basically it's gonna make it cyclable. 28 meter range? Yeah. Honestly, I feel like the long range isn't really that necessary most of the time, right? I feel like the longer range was mostly better because you pick the Death Shadow perk when you were coming back from spawn in order to get back to the fight faster for the most part, right? The reload, the reload was honestly, for the most part, niche. There was very little times where you TP back into a fight in order to keep going in the fight. It was kind of like nice to be able to pair that with Ravenous Wraith and just be like, I'm going to be in permanently and shooting the tank permanently. I like it. Do you guys like it? Gives them new ways to use the Yeah, reducing the cooldowns on abilities like this and reducing their effect is normally pretty good. Reload should have been base kit. Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that. Yeah, agreed. Soul Reaving's too situational. Yeah, I think Soul Reaving's bad. I'd much rather they do this, right? Don't you think? Yeah, should have replaced Soul Reaving, not Death Shadow. Yeah, definitely. But I think it's a positive improvement. Like, I'm happy with it. It's very little, isn't it? Soul Reaving's one of those that is just... I guess what I should say is I don't like the win more stuff. So there's a lot of win more stuff, especially with that Genji dash they've removed as well. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. In terms of power creep, that is probably a 5. That's about fine. Is a little bit of power creep, maybe a 4. A tiny bit of power creep, 4.5. Jazz factor, I think this is weirdly jazzy. I don't know. It's jazzed me. It's made me interested in the character. I think you'd have to be paying attention though. So I'd say a 6. In terms of the difference between that and that. Like I think it's more jazzy than Death Shadow. And then for design direction, I think this is like a 7 or an 8. Are you worried that the next tank might have percent base damage? What have we learned from Wolverine? Yeah, maybe. Yep, good stuff. Actually fairly happy with that one. Good stuff. Sojum. So Sojum's one that got changed quite a bit, right? So extended mag is the same, overcharged is the same. No, it doesn't look like it's been changed at all. Adhesive siphon's the same. Yeah, these are all the same since launch into live. So overcharged is still here. Extended mag is being replaced with deceleration field. Enemies hit by disruptor shot are slowed by 25%. Didn't we purposely not do this? Wasn't there a design decision made at some point in the past where we said, this is boring and annoying and we don't want to do this? Didn't we literally just do that? Didn't we remove this exact effect? Fuck it, let's go into Sojun changes. I swear there was this exact effect on it and we removed it. Yeah. Right. Disruptor. No longer slows enemy movement. Come on, come on. Like, come on. Why? I don't know what the percentage was, but like, come on, why? Just like, we literally removed this for a reason. It was boring. Like, what are we doing? We're just going backwards just for funsies? Invisible Woman feels so bad in Marvel Rivals. Her orb is now in Overwatch 2. Yeah, but it's now it's a perk, so it's fine. It takes 2 whole fights to unlock it. Yeah, it takes 2 fights to unlock it, so it's fine. We can just do whatever the fuck we want. Yeah. Conspiracy is that they remove slow off Disruptor Shot because they realize that if they release Ram, his Vortex would just be a reverse power crept version of Sojourn Disruptor Shot. No, genuinely, I think that's probably correct. They were bringing something in where slow, and they didn't want 2 slows in the game at the same time, so they removed it so they have the design space open for it. Overcharge is still too strong to pick the other. Yeah, but I guess that, like, in terms of power creep, it doesn't matter. In terms of jazz factor, it's bad. In terms of design direction, it's bad though, right? Like we don't have to say it's not going to be played in order for like sure it's not going to be played, but like design direction's still bad. Yeah, so yeah, obviously overcharge is still going to be played for the most part over that. Friction generators, wall sliding, power slide generates up to 50 energy. So dual thrusters is still in, adhesive siphoner's out, friction generators are in, yeah? Decel is good for the low end, you're right. Too slow, but one has more damage, more versatility, better dueling potential, and on a character that heavily benefits off farming their ultimate. Adhesion was super annoying. Yeah, I think removing adhesion is generically good. Power slide generates up to 50 energy. Like, is that good or bad? Definitely power creep. But it's power creep away from dual thrusters, which is good, right? We're happy to get away from dual thrusters if we can. It's good for Sojourns that dive? Yeah. I don't think putting the power creep into the rail is a good way, though. Okay, I think we can pretty easily conclude this. Power creep. This is, well, this is power reduction a little bit, but it's never going to be used, so it's neutral on power creep for the most part. Friction generators are power creep on that. So I don't think it's that much power creep. I think this is kind of like a... obviously, at the high level, this is going to be a lot better, this one here, because it's rail. So it's hard to rate in terms of the unilateral, but at medium level and at most levels, this is going to be kind of like a 4. A little bit of power creep, not too much. At the high level, this might break the game, or this might cause problems in the game with being able to spam out. Realistically, it won't because Hanzo's so good, but you know. Cool. They said Sojourn's getting big base kit changes. Oh, good, of rework to a character you made 2 years ago. Brilliant. What do we think Sombra's rework is going to do this time, then? No idea. Absolutely no idea whatsoever. Jazz factor for these? Doesn't matter, right? 3? Like 2? Like, it's pretty bad, right? Nobody's going to play these characters for these. Design direction? 1? We already did this? Like, we already did this, right? We already did this. I mean, why are we redoing this? What are we doing? What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? Any chance for you to look at VOD before the replay codes wipe? When do the replay codes wipe? Depends. Recycled pulse munitions. That is the same since it came out, so that's the same. Field emergency is the same since it came out, but it's specified below how health instead of critical. What is the critical threshold? Is it 40% in Overwatch? Agility training is the same, and then Stim Pack is obviously had its application changed and its effect changed. It now does stealth damage instead of anti. right? So it does 75 self-damage, and the application's made a lot better. So, Field Emergency has been removed. I kind of liked Field Emergency. I thought Field Emergency was kind of a cool one. I mean, the idea of Soldier is that he has 2 modes, right? He has a run around, kill things, do things, and he has a root mode. And like, his healing field is that root. He sticks down a flag and he said, I'm fucking standing here for a bit. And Field Emergency kind of allowed you to do that instead of just running away. So I feel like it was healthy adaptation to things that could go against you, right? Tactical Salvo. Helix Rocket's cooldown is reduced by 80% during Tactical Visor. It's another alt perk. I don't like the alt perks. I think they're bad design. So if you're closing on a Tactical Visor, you'll always pick Tactical Salvo because that's really fucking OP. If you're not, you're going to pick the other one because that's strictly better, right? Like, it's all it is, right? It's bad. This is a bad change. Like, actively bad. Agility training is going to be unchanged. Stim pack is replaces biotic field. Yep. Heals for 30 health per second. Oh god. Engage 20% increased attacks. What? So we changed it from doing 75 self damage and then 30% reload and attack speed to 30 healing and 20% increased attack speed. And it's going for 1 second longer than it did before. That's interesting. He loses field for Stim Pack, yeah. So it's just a straight buff, right? Straight buff that applies to you for 5 seconds. That's really good, right? Like, really good. Agility is still better? No. Agility's goofy. Stimpak's fucking really good. No, I don't think agility training was anywhere near as good as people thought. It was good for quite a lot of people that aren't good at thinking about getting into positions before they actually need to. Yes. Stimpak is now an actual option. I think Stimpak was, yeah. Well, Stimpak was goofy before. Now it's just OP. Straight power. Okay, so in terms of power creep, this is power creep, but in like an awkward direction. I think it's still power creep. I think you can say that is. Stimpak is straight power creep to a ludicrous degree. So I think I rate that in terms of 3 in terms of power creep. Jazz factor. This is, I'm going to be honest, this is like an 8 or a 9 in terms of jazz factor. People are going to pick the character for this. So jazz factor I think is real good rating. And then in terms of design direction, I'm rating it a 2, man. I'm rating it a 2. I don't like the tactical salvo in terms of the fact that it's an alt minor perk. I don't like the stim pack because it's straight power, and like why would I want to use biotic field while I'm moving? Right? Why are both of the major ones I'm gonna move around while doing stuff? Like why? Surely we should kind of like feature the 2 sides of Soldier, the routing and the movement, and not like the opposite. Kind of makes him a little bit more, yeah. Stimpack with ult goes hard. Yeah, tactical salvo Stimpack's going to be very strong. Yeah, we'll see. Bet $10 Stimpack's getting nerfed soon. 20% increased attack speed is not that strong, but being able to move with it is very good. Tactical salvo will finally make Soldier good. Yeah, I do think it's the buff he needs to his ultimate, and it's probably going to become necessary if it does make his ultimate good, right? I can't tell right now if that's good enough to make his ultimate good, because I can't really think about what 20%, 80% is going to be, which is like every 1 second basically is what's going to happen. Like you're going to be boom, boom, boom. But I don't know how strong that's going to be in reality, because obviously it doesn't track to the same degree that the cooldown does, because it always fires at the target reticle, and you can't lead the target like you can with like hitting the headshots instead of hitting the target reticle. So that's a downside to it. I don't know if that's going to make it really strong or make it average, but yeah, you can. That's a lie. Can you? What do you mean? Have I been soldering wrong? It's an old ass change. Oh, I've done no soldier coaching for about a year. An independent aim rockets. Well, I'm stupid. Okay, I won't say that again. Let's just purge Arafel and then pretend it didn't happen. Yeah. Sombra. Well, we're getting new perks despite the fact that Sombra's meant to be getting a rework. Nothing's changed here. Yeah, don't worry, Arafel. That mistake's never seen the light of day on YouTube. Straight on the cutting room floor. You want me to purge him, or it was a joke? It was obviously a joke, random. Okay, Sombra. In terms of what's changed, viral efficacy, virus duration is reduced by 3 seconds when an enemy affected by virus is eliminated. That changed. Well, the thing is, Sombra changed so much since the start. Viral efficacy, controller escape, white hat, and stack overflow. They've been trying to make Sombra reasonable for ages, and they've really failed. Now they've got hack can be used while invisible. Successful hacks increase the duration of stealth by 2 seconds. Teleporting with translocator while at critical health initiates passive. Hack can be used on allies to restore 100 health. Hitting a hacked enemy with virus spreads. So the spread is still the same. Why is there a pop-up? White hat's being replaced. Control escape is the same. And then encrypted upload, which is hack can be used while invisible, and they increase the duration of stealth by 2 seconds, is the same. It's just getting... Oh no, that's the same. So cool. So basically what we're saying is that's the same, that's the same, that's the same. So really, we're looking at Hacky Packy over White Hat. So White Hat was hack can be used on allies to restore 100 health over 2 seconds. It was them being arseholes and saying, we did support Sombra, when they didn't really do support Sombra. They just gave them like one bad major perk that was a support Sombra, and you could use that instead if you wanted no value from your hack ever, because it was on the same cooldown. So yeah, it was there. We've done the concept now. We don't have to listen to you. Hacked health packs provide up to 50 over health to Sombra. How long for? That sounds good, right? Viral replication is trash? It is, yeah. Yeah, that's a bit... Is the overhealth good? I mean, ultimately, none of this matters anyway, does it, guys? Because someone's going to be banned anyway. So what does it matter? You change the perks, whatever. It doesn't really do anything. The overhealth is a power creep, definitely. I'd say it's like a 3 on the power creep scale. Maybe a 4. Jazz factor, I'm going to say people are going to pick it for that. It's probably like a 6. Because that is more interesting than White Hat, because White Hat's played out. Maybe a 7, possibly on the Jazz factor. Design direction, I mean, that's just making Sombra more bursty, which is fucking awful, man. Why would I want Sombra to be more bursty of all the things for Sombra to be? Her entire kit is coming out of stealth and bursting you. Why would I want her having extra overhealth during that? That's awful to play against. So yeah, that's a 2. That's a bad concept. Like, just a bad concept from the outset. What if White Hat made virus heal? and maybe like White Hat can give virus apply to allies and give them a 30% speed boost as well. Where were we? Down here. It's such a waste of a ban. She's just a throw pick. Yes, it is a waste of a ban, but I didn't want to play against that shit. I'm gonna be honest, Wolf. You don't either. You don't want to play against it. I would rather have a good experience. Well, as good of an experience that you can have in Overwatch than have Sombra on either team. I feel like I'm getting more glowy as time goes on. I'm gonna turn down the brightness on that one. My bans are Doom, Freya, Sombra, based. Symmetra. Oh, I've almost died. I need to drink more water. Symmetra. Try that again. That goes on the cutting room floor too. Sentry capability. Extra charge is still there. Advanced teleportation is still there. Perfect alignment is still there. Shield battery is still there. Exactly the same. Nobody gives a shit about Symmetra. Yay. Wrong perks. Oh, did I? Somehow I swapped off. when did I swap off? I must have clicked the button and that's why it zoomed out instead of anything else. Okay, I was incorrect. Regardless, 2 old perk lists. Okay. I've worked out what you're talking about. So Symmetra has not been changed since she got the original perks in February. They're the same on live as they were in February. Sentry capability is staying. Sure. Perfect alignment is replacing the TP range. Increase the range of photon projected primary by 20%. That's pretty good. Sure. That's pretty good. Teleporter range was strong though for TP bombs. It kind of worked with the other perks that she has. Hovering barrier. Teleport gains the option to create a forward moving barrier instead. Pressing E again slows down the barrier's movement. Ow! We got the barrier back! Hey! I love that barrier, man. I love it with so much love. I actually really like the disc, man. I don't know, guys. I like the disc. They can stay. Okay. It's so bad. I like it. I love the disc version of Symmetra. It's jazzy but bad. 10 for Jazz Factory. Yeah, Jazz. 10. You look so happy? Yeah, that's a 10. That's a 10 for me. I'll rate it differently on design, don't get me wrong, but that's a 10. Shield battery is staying the same. Okay, so it's just hovering barrier and perfect alignment. So I feel like... Perfect alignment got moved realistically. That got removed. Okay. So primary fire's range increased by 15% with each additional charge level. I feel like that was kind of awkward to use, and honestly, Symmetra's so steamrolly anyway that having them steamroll more with higher charge seems weird. They're already steamrolly. Why are we making that worse, right? It's definitely better to have the 20% as standard. Easier to charge? Yeah, definitely easier to charge. Hovering barrier, replacing the major slot for perfect alignment. I don't think we're going to miss advanced teleportation, personally. I think that was fine, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it was interesting. Hovering barrier is cool. I like hovering barrier. It does promote the snowbally Symmetra. Don't get me wrong. It does promote the snowbally Symmetra. You're not wrong about that, but is that healthy? Now you go full W plus M1? Yes. Nothing else matters. Yes, probably. I think this is a lot more healthy for 6v6 than it is in 5v5, personally. We're one step closer for shield generator to return. Man, if they literally just reduced shield generator to like 40 or 50, I think it would have been good. Maybe reduce it to like 30 at the most. They could have kept shield gen in the game. Sim is at her healthiest as a flanker. I agree in a way with that. Sim is at her healthiest as a flanker in 5v5 because that's all you can have in 5v5. I think in 6v6 you can have things like this. Normally Sim's in my tank just bully, in my rank just bully tanks. Now she'll bully everyone. Now people will be forced to deal with Symmetra. Yeah, that's true. So power creep. This is obvious power creep to a ludicrous degree, right? This is just generically good. This is better, this is better. So this is like a 3 for power creep, significantly better character. Now you're gonna have to deal with Symmetra. In the Jazz kind of like side of it, this is a 10 for me. I think 10 is pretty good. This is a nerf? No, it's not a nerf. Bollocks, is it a nerf? Teleporter range increased. You think the teleporter range is something that people are using to a ludicrous degree? Advanced TP was her best perk. Was it? I wonder if the shield will have 900 or 200 HP with Overwatch, you never know. It could have 2k HP. That's also an option. Everyone used advanced TP? I know everyone used it, but I don't think... I think having increased range on a primary fire for 20% is better than advanced TP, personally. Don't you? Like, Sim got sweet spotted a load of times by different characters. I guess the idea is if you're flanking, you're going to be using right click all the time. As a Sim player, I worry she's going to be nerfed into the ground soon because people will be playing her more now. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. Advanced TP was great against snipers. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I don't think people will miss the flavor of it. Anyway, yeah, so hovering barrier over perfect alignment is... I think that's creep. I think that power creep on the worst parts of Symmetra's kit for 5v5, right? I think this is enabling a brawl style, which is bad for this mode. I don't think it's bad in a general sense, is the thing. Still a must pick? Yeah, shield battery is still very good. You know what I'm gonna say? I think the off-angle style Symmetra, the right-click style Symmetra, where you get into the backline or you charge off a shield then TP into the backline, was always good and will continue to always be good, regardless of her losing TP range, because shield battery and that makes sense together. I think hovering barrier and perfect alignment is gonna create a style of Symmetra that is able to brawl, which will be unhealthy in 5v5, but might be healthy in 6v6. I didn't ignore you. I said how Peggy's there. She's in the cat tree. No, I didn't ignore you. I said. Off-angle sim can work in 6v6? No, I agree. I'm just saying main angle sim might be healthier in 6v6 than it is in 5v5. I don't think these changes are healthy for 5v5. So power creep is vastly varying, right? I think that's the answer. It's vastly varying. I think it's down for 5v5, up for 6v6, so I'm not going to rate it. Jazz factor, it's a 10. Design direction, I say design direction is a difficult one because we're mainly rating the minor perks and we're rating the major perks to a lesser degree. But I'm going to say it's again hard. It's very, very polarizing. As I say, with all the heroes that are unhealthy in 5v5, they are rated a lot different 5v5 and 6v6. So, Pug Simmels are a blessing. It's not power creep. I think it's power creep on the major perk, right? Like massive power creep on the major perk in order to be able to brawl. You're going to say we're not going to use it anyway. Sure, we're not going to use it anyway, but there's a certain type of Symmetra in the low ranks that's going to use it. This, like, in mid-masters, this isn't power creep, but in kind of like platinum, this is really strong. Okay, I'm going to move on. Hovering barrier has a niche? Yeah, the niche is for like 80% of the players. That's the niche. Malga comp enabler? Yeah, that's true. Ain't that the truth? But it's on a major perk, so it's one of those where it's going to be enabling a Malga comp once we get the bullshit level. Torb changes worse, awful? What's been happening? Right, so Craftsman is now 25% increased HP on the turret as well as the original effects. Fully loaded is the same. Anchor bolt, sorry, yeah, that's the same, and then the upgrade is the same, but they actually made the overloaded turret load faster, didn't they, previously? So what we got is fully loaded is the same, anchor bolt is the same, Overloaded turret is the same. So we just got hammer time for craftsman. Move 25% faster while forge hammer is equipped. We can knife run. Why? Why? Oh no, we can knife run. And it's good to hit people with the hammer. No. Jazzy, peak Jazzy. Yeah. Jazzy 10. No more hammer team stupid change. They could have just added it on. Take away the 25 extra health for a turret, right? Take away the turret repair and change it so that it's 25% faster and you can restore armor health. That would make it viable. Why'd they remove the fun part of it in order to make the different fun part? Oh man. Melee to mid, finally. 11 out of 10 jazz. I wish they kept this part, right? I wish they kept that part, but oh god. Power creep. Is this actually power creep? No, because fully loaded is just better, right? Is 20% movement speed worth picking? If you can't shoot with the movement speed? Is that worth picking? I don't know. Is it? I can't tell. Now we just need a crit on backstab? Yeah. Christ. What's wrong with these people? It might be viable. I hope it's not viable. No. Surely refilling the ammo's got to be significantly better, right? It's viable to disengage? Surely not. No. I don't know. This is a question mark, man. I'm leaving it a question mark. Is 20% move speed on Ram is broken? 20% on Torb surely is broken too. I can't doubt your logic. Jazz is 10. Design direction is maybe a 7. I think it's actually a healthy design direction for the character in general. Like if you put that in base kit, I'd be like, you know what? It probably fits, right? I don't think it doesn't fit. So yeah, good design direction. Fair enough, Blizzard. That was fun. That was fun to read. Good job. Tracer. King Torb is the reason my KD is somewhat positive in Pugs. Tracer. Right, so loads of changes to Tracer, weren't there? No? No? They didn't actually change Tracer that much. They only changed the major. So Flashback got 2 blink charges instead of all over the production. Recall, Quantum Entanglement got 20 ammo as an extra thing. So Quantum Entanglement staying the same. Flashback is staying the same because that's exactly the same as the one before. Blink Packs is staying the same. The only thing that's changing is Blast from the Past is changing to melee hits grant 20 ammo. Oh, that's straight power, isn't it? Nobody picked Blast from the Past to begin with, right? Blink Packs is better? Yeah, Blink Packs is better. I don't think it matters, but it is more relevant. If something is power creep, but it won't be picked anyway, I'm not going to count it. But if it's got a niche that power creeps their niche, then I'll pick it there. I think Tracer is relatively flat in terms of the niches because people that are playing Tracer are more or less doing the same thing at all ranks. They're just doing it better or worse. Kinetic is tank hape. Do you think you can overload ammo to keep meleeing? Just keep getting more. I think Tracer is a little bit too squishy to be able to melee tanks though. Yes, are you kidding? Yes, or is that an actual yes? If you can overload it, is broken. It doesn't say so, but I assume that the max ammo. Yeah, I'd assume it's max ammo. Kinetic is 1-clip extension. So is it the same as Quantum Entanglement, this bit here? Can I... Oh, it's 1-clip extension. No, sorry, 1-clip extension is your extension of your ability to 1-clip. It is, yes. It is good. I just question whether it's better. You already reload between blinks and you blink to melee? Yeah. It definitely is clip, blink, melee, clip, right? And just enabling you to keep going without reloading. It's a quite greedy way to play for extra ammo. Yeah, I don't think it's a significant power increase, right? So power creep, I think it's about 5. I don't think it's any different because I think blink packs is better. In terms of jazz, I think it's about a 6. I think most people will be at all ranks will be reading this and be like, it's fun, but like, yeah, it's fun. Design direction, probably like a 3. I don't think it's cool. Yeah, it's fine, but like, it's not. Maybe a 4 because I don't feel that strongly about it, right? Probably a 4. I think it's more healthy than Blast from the past, but Venture. Sorry, Beth just messaged me. 1 second. Hashtag kill Venture? But what's Venture done? Oh god, no. What's Venture done? While underground, Venture can sense enemies has been removed. So that's gone. Excavation Exhilaration didn't get changed. Smart Excavator didn't get changed. And then Clobber didn't get changed. So this is the same as current live. Deep Burrow. Drill dash distance is 50% longer while burrowed. I mean, people kind of picked it for Seismic Sense, didn't they? Seismic Sense was like a massive draw for Venture. Even if it wasn't good, right? It was never good. But you still pick the alt one. See, the thing is, this alt minor perk, I do actually think is healthy because it's a really big jazz draw. It's not great design direction, but it's a really big jazz draw for the character. The way that other minor perk that increase their ultimate power aren't. And it requires quite a high skill ceiling, so like loads of people get on the character and they play around with it for a bit, but they don't really get how good it is. Deep Burrow makes her rotations faster. Is that good though? Sure, don't get me wrong. It's fine, but you just... The alt one was the reason why people were picking it anyway, and I don't think this is a power increase. Uptime perk's always good. Yeah. So, question mark. I think that's definitely a jazz reduction. Smart Extender is very much OPAF, not only for the 100% range. 100% range. I haven't even read it yet. Empower Smart Excavator with E to increase its maximum projectile range by 100% for 4 seconds. So that allows you to poke and it allows you to chase, but because it's on a cooldown, that's just an extension to your pressure cycle, right? The stall on ability shields and reload. It does. Would it not take longer for the cooldown to start recharging with the Deep Burrow perk? Maybe, actually, yeah. Venture is so silly, I like him. I don't like Venture in their current state. I think Venture's really toxic in their current state. They are kind of like completely unkillable if they have all their cooldowns up when you find them. And in fact, the fact that they got so much health just makes it so that realistically on any character, if you get into melee range with them, you're just dead. They just combo you for very little skill. I'm going to be honest. They just right click in a general direction and are going to be able to get you. And it locks you. So it's very difficult to do anything. I think Venture is quite toxic right now. Venture is Baby's first flanker. I think Venture requires skill in order to get to those positions, but I don't feel like it seems like the Venture's worked for it to other people because they are literally just walking to a position and then they just murder you, right? It doesn't seem like they're very much counterplay, and it seems like they don't work for it to other people. I think from the Venture perspective, you do work for your space, don't get me wrong. In low elo, people don't kite her. Yeah, you just ram it into your face. It wasn't being played, right? Actually, no, it was being played. Covered in Dirt and Smart Excavator were about even. Obviously, we've got to check cooldown, but... That is so good for chasing. I think that's just a power increase. Okay, so covered in dirt was used every time. No, there's definitely places for smarter excavator. Isn't covered in dirt bugged? I have no idea. Is it bugged? Not in high elo. I'm not going to go straight for competitive play. I'm trying to keep a medium level mindset while trying to think a little bit about high level and very low level. Gives too much shield per melee. Interesting. Okay. Do you think that's good though? It could be. Saw a clip of someone 1v1 of Ryan or Winston because of it. I do actually think 30 is a little bit low. It could probably go up to 50. Go venture to bully Wintons. It implies 30 shield for melee, but it does 30 per damage hit, so like 120. That's how it's bugged. It does say dealing damage with it. Is that not intentional? It could be intentional. Yeah, okay, so power creep. Very simples. Power creep is neutral for the most part. Maybe a little bit, maybe like a 4, maybe a little bit of power creep there. Jazz factor. This is anti-Jazz factor. This is actively bad. This is a bit of Jazz, but I think it evens out, and this is kind of like a 4 for Jazz factor. And then design direction. Do I like Smart Extender more than I like Smarter Excavator? I mean, it's cooler that you got a button, but yeah. Do I like the design of Deep Burrow more than Seismic Sense? I mean, cool rotations, but like Venture was one of these characters that I don't know. Would you burrow, drill dash, get onto someone, reset the cooldown of drill dash, and then like come out underneath them and try and murder them there as an all-in gambit without your burrow on cooldown in fights? Like, it seems oppressive more than anything else. It doesn't seem like, I don't know. It just allows you to get back from spawn faster. It just seems bad, like 4-ish, right? No, I'm not happy with that. That's boring bad. One more on the DPS. We got Widow. Don't expose our secrets. Hair tear now? What have they done? Have they made her strictly better because you can ban her? Right. So scope efficiency has always been the same, has always been useless, because the only build of Widow we want to see is a primary fire non-scope build of Widow. Focused aim is the same as it was at release. Escape plan is the same as it was at release. Deadly, you got 50% extra damage added to it. So it went from 50 to 100% extra damage. So scope efficiency is the same. Sniper's instinct is a new one. So focused aim, the 50% faster during infrared, has been removed. And then scope shots charge 100% faster for 2 seconds after using grappling hook. I don't really want to lean into that. Hey Riddish, how you doing, man? Oh, I don't want to lean into that. Thank you very much for the tier 1. You are very kind. Do we want to lean into grapple shots? I don't think that's a good way. I don't like scoped efficiency either. Like scoped efficiency kind of like, surely we balanced the ammo pool for a reason, didn't we? Right? Like didn't we balance it for a reason to be 5? Why are we changing that? Scope shots charge 100% faster for 2 seconds after using grapple. Like, no, we shouldn't lean into this. This is a, it's fine. It's fine. It's just always going to be used in high rank. I mean, what? Why is... So they've accidentally marked the wrong one. So this is the same. And Deadly is being replaced with Secret Mine. So instead of 100% damage, and you can have 2, Venom Mine now fires poison darts at enemies within 10 meters and remains active after triggered. It's a turret? I assume the poison darts are pretty much guaranteed to hit, and also just apply the normal Venom Mine effect, I guess, for the normal damage rate. Right? This looks so random. How does this make her more healthy against the things that can dive her? Okay, so in 6v6, the problem with Widow is that she does not do anything against tanks. And tanks are the main thing to get her out. In 5v5, the problem with Widow is that she has too much dueling potential against DPS. So this is just really good against DPS, right? It guaranteed it. 10 meters is quite far. This is the most unexpected perks. What are we doing? Why? What's the activation range on Venom Mine normally? It's like 5 meters, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken. So it's like a double range on it. I'm going to check it. Oh. 3 meter interact radius for 3 meters, so it's a massive increase to the radius. And the increase to the radius only affects DPS, it doesn't affect tanks. So you've made her more oppressive in 5v5, and also made her better at climbing people with the scope shots. Ah, fuck you. Yeah, really bad. You could just place it above a choke and just have a discount Sonic arrow. Yeah. If you don't like Venom Mine's activation, just change it. Don't just, like, if you just change Venom Mine to this, I'd be like, yeah, fair enough, good job. Like, you've changed it to be more 5v5 focused kind of like effect, because it was very slow radius. I would argue that you could still have it and just increase the radius of it, but whatever, that's cool. I guess the application does matter here. Widow can jump shot and farm infinite grapple, so infinite jump shots, yay. Okay. Power creep, obvious power creep. I mean, these two together is ridiculous. This is really good against DPS, so really bad power creep. So that's like a 2. This might become horribly oppressive. They've already buffed Widow's normal damage. So Widow's going to be a permaban, hopefully at the very high levels. This power creep's not going to affect the medium levels. This power creep will, but then again, Widow scales so badly that they're only really effective in the high ranks. So, yeah, to any relevant Widow level, this is heavy power creep. So I'm going to say about a 2. In terms of Jazz, I mean, probably like a 7. It's cool that they changed the mine. In terms of design direction, I'm going to say like a 2. Like, this is really bad for design direction. I'm not happy at all with that. That really sucks. That really sucks. Man. Right. So, we are through with the DPS, and that is half the cast. Infinite jump shots is jazzy? Is it? I mean, yeah, maybe it's an 8 in terms of jazziness. We'll scroll back in a second. I'll just give a little debrief. How are people feeling about the DPS category? Like, I'm looking through everyone, and I'm thinking, it's fine, right? But I'm not like seeing these major reworks for the most part. I'm seeing like tweaks. Silver Bullet's cool. Soldier. How I generally feel about perks? Yeah, that's how I feel too. It really does seem to be just fine, but I like the cast perk, but don't know if it would be worth picking. They still exist, yeah. Salvo's more broken than you think? Well, we'll see. We'll see. As I say, I marked it as creep, and it will be picked if it makes his ult useful, right? Obviously for Soldier, right? I'm assuming Salvo's the Soldier perk. Where is he? Yeah. Like, if it's usable, it'll make him good because his ult is the main thing letting him down. So if Salvo makes his ult good, like, he'll see play. And then he'll see play with, it's a minor perk, so he'll see play early. And then Stim Pack will be good. And agility training's always been very good, so yeah. I have some maths to drop when we get to Kiriko. Okay. Altogether, I don't know. I feel a bit meh. Like, there's some cool stuff in here in terms of jazz, like May. There's some, like, interesting stuff in here. There's some good stuff, don't get me wrong, but there's also a fair bit of bad. Like, I'd say, on average, this has made the perks worse, right? They made it significantly better, worse in terms of power creep, because they've very obviously tried to bring up the bad stuff to parity with the good stuff, and sometimes they've overshot it. So, like, some of the times it's just straight power crap. Some of the time they just overshot what they intended to do. And then for the jazz, I mean, there's some cool jazz in here, but there's also some removed stuff. I think the jazz increased overall, right? Especially because the old stuff is old and people have already played it out. Like the Sombra allied hack, like that's not really interesting anymore. So it's very easy to upgrade the jazziness factor. In terms of design direction, I think this is like a 3. Like, this is not great. Hey, listen. Hope I didn't lose anything. You haven't lost anything. You lost time with me. Would the game be better without perks still? Yeah, I'd instantly like the game better. As I say, like, there's a lot of things to consider with perks, right? There's a lot of things that are negative to the game. And I think the main thing is pretty obvious. It's just the onboarding hurdle of getting into the game for a new player. And as Spido says, like, he's given Blizzard... well, he just told Blizzard that he's more than happy to create them an onboarding thing so they can learn the characters. All they need to do is do a little training room thing where you use all the abilities on each one of the characters, and it would make the game a lot easier to get into, but they've never done that, so they even have to tell you how they're played. They just have to, yeah. Introduce you to abilities more than anything. Off-angle maxing Spylo practice. If he gave you how to play, he'll be like, on Echo, you go to the side and you look for jewels, and then you get piercing damage into the backline because you are in space. And then on Freya, he'll be like, on Freya, you and they'll go for every single character, and it'll be exactly the same answer because they all play the fucking same because 5v5 is really boring. There's no interesting variance between the characters. Check general. What's happening? I have to scroll through 500 messages about how I was 10 minutes late to stream. Leave a forgiveness system coming in Season 18. Doesn't that just make people queue together and then leave? Well, this is what you want. Yeah, surely if I was a streamer, I'd just queue with, like, other people and then leave the game if it was going badly. I will abuse it. Based. They must have a plan for that. Can you? Is there a plan for that? I mean, the reason why nobody does it is because it's abusable, right? Maybe they make leavers not allowed to group up after a while. Yeah, but if I'm a streamer who's a big streamer and I've got 50 people trying to queue snipe me, they'll go into my game and they'll just leave if it's going badly, right? People who leave will probably be penalized hard. You can't really increase the penalization on leavers that much more. Like, it's already pretty hard. Is the lever problem in Stadium so bad? Oh, it's just in Stadium and to Toggle game modes in the mid-season. Okay, so it's coming to everyone, but it's coming to Stadium first. If it was just in Stadium, I'd be like, sure, the ranking system doesn't mean shit in Stadium. It's not a serious competitive game, and it's got a non-serious system that's the same as Rivals. But, yeah, it's coming to everything. That's bad, right? Like, ugh. Yeesh. That's actively bad. I'm not even mad. I'll abuse the feature when we stack. Encourage bullying. Was this skateboard emote? It's a good thing where it can detect if you left the game on purpose or your PC crashed. If your PC crashes, you don't lose points. Is that a thing? Are we fucking Fortnite? Are we Fortnite gamers? Oh no, we're Fortnite. No, it's gonna make so much money. We're screwed. Oh no. This is gonna farm money, and it looks terrible as well. Look at this. Look at her jagging around, looking like a fucking idiot when she's on a slope surface. Oh god. There's someone with very large penis outside. They just proved it right there. Vroom vroom vroom. Fuck me. Jesus. Oh, okay. All right. Doesn't it impact gameplay negatively? It's a fun little thing to do. Yeah, the trouble with it, Squeed, is a precedent that it sets, right? Thoughts on my comment? Thoughts on my comment. I'm not going to lie, most of these changes were literally so Rivals inspired. I'm not really a fan. Overwatch's selling point was to be the competitive game. There's so much casual direction in this patch. I have only done the DPS, and for the most part, the DPS are fine. Like, bad. Like, just bad. Just worse, right? The power creep is higher, the design direction is worse, the flair for it and the jazziness is a little bit better, but yeah, it's I don't know, man. They use their time for this and not making the game better. I don't get me wrong, I think things like this, the skateboarding thing, are relatively easy to just put on a team that weren't doing anything anyway, if you get what I mean. Just wait for the other two roles. Yeah, you can fuck up DPS the least, right? So the other two roles are likely to be rougher. And in which case, we will zoom in. Where's Anna? Anna. For anyone that's just joining, we have on your right, that's your right, we have the February perks. On your left, we have the new perks, and on my screen over here, we have the live perks. So we can see how they change throughout time. Good hand supports. No, I've only done DPS so far. Mercy Witch broom riding emote coming in October. Oh, they're gonna make so much money. Oh god. Oh no. Next they're gonna put a fucking auction house on the mount and make you buy it. Oh god. Isn't more money good? It depends what it incentivizes, doesn't it? Depends what it incentivizes. I mean, it's generically good, but yeah, do you trust them? Right, so Anna, welcome back. Let's get moving. Groggy still is the same, apart from it does 50 extra damage. Biotic Bounce is still absolute horseshit and never should have been in the game from the beginning, but it got nerfed to 25 damage over 50. Biotic Rifle can crit is the same, Shrike is the same. Okay, so first off, you're dead. Thank fuck. Jesus Christ, this was so bad to a ludicrous degree. It was awful. It was really bad. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Thank God it's gone. Wonderful. You've removed your bullshit from the game that never needed to be there in the first place. This is the same. This is the same. Beyblade meta returns. It looks like Biotic Bounce is being moved to the category to replace Shrike. So Biotic Bounce is going down, and that's going to be doing 60 damage and healing. I think that is an improvement because my life will be negatively affected by Biotic Bounce less now. It is still absolute horseshit and has no place in a civilized video game. Never should have been here to begin with. Awful perk. Really bad. Still is bad. But at the very least, it's going to be a lot behind a playtime wall. I mean, yeah. Speed Serum. Nano boost grants a 40% movement speed boost to both Ana and her target. That's just really good, man. 40% is very high. Like, very high. Yeah, that's very strong. That's very strong. It's another one of those alt perks for the minor perks. They love these minor alt perks where you get to choose between general kit value and alt value, and you don't really get a choice there because it's basically decided by whether you have your alt soon or not, or whether you've already used your alt when you get the minor perk. So, like, Blizzard dev note, major perks should have trade-offs only for certain heroes. But note here, Biotic Bounce, this got nerfed down to 25 down here. So this got nerfed down to 25. So basically, this is a massive increase in the damage of the bounce nade, right? So that's going to be dealing a... What is the impact damage of nade? Massive dueling potential increase from that nade perk. Speed Serum Nano plus Tidal Beyblade Reaper coming in. Yeah, so I may as well just comment. Power creep. This is ludicrous power creep. This is really good, and it sucks. This is a little bit of power creep. It's a major perk, so I'm not going to count it that badly. But it's being countered by the fact that Shrike's been removed, which was insane power. So this is probably net positive in terms of power in general, but Shrike was carrying all of that power on that side. So yeah. Just pick Groggy and Biotic Bounce. I think Speed Serum gets picked the majority of the time. Oh, and your tank are dead? I don't think the extra damage from Biotic Bounce doesn't cause you that many problems as a tank, right? Like, it's good, don't get me wrong, but, like, it's 50 damage. 70 tide damage? Yeah, so it's dealing 75 plus 60, which is a 135. 135 is not crazy. Yeah, so I'm going to say in terms of power creep, that's a little bit of power creep. Shrike also removed quite a lot of power, and it removed quite a lot of power from neutral, but the power is more easily accessible behind a minor perk, so I'm going to say it's a 4, a little bit of power creep. Jazz, this is like a... I think this is a 7, straight up. People will be playing Ana for Speed Serum. People fucking love Ana. So that's a massive improvement to the amount that people want it. Remember, the speed boost is also on Ana, and that's going to be a lot of peel for her. And then in terms of design direction, I mean, I'm happy this is gated behind more stuff. That's been removed, and this is okay-ish design, if not being really OP. So I'm going to say this is a positive design direction for the hero. Probably like a 7 or an 8. Even though there are really bad effects to this, and it's a lot of power creep, I think this is a 7 or 8 in terms of where we were before to where we are now. If you want Ana to give, if you wanted to give Ana a cool way to use nade, you just had to give her a perk that lets her scope shot nades out of the air like Ash Dynamite. Then with a perk, you could make it so that she can actually just press a button instead, so she doesn't have to aim. That's probably a good progression on the character, right? Shit. We don't want skill expression in our video game. Baptiste. Right, so field medicine is the same. Amp matrix is the same, but it's been changed to 30 health over 25 there. Regen burst. Assault burst. Yep. Is 30% increased attack speed now. It no longer grants double healing to allies below half health. Okay. So it still instantly heals, but it no longer grants the double healing. So it's been changed around a little bit. Rocket Boots is the same as it was before. So in terms of here, that's got parity. That's got parity. That's the same. So the only thing that's been changed is the Biotic Reloader. I will note here, however, that that is 25 health, and the automated healing here is 30 health, so that's actually been changed down, right? No read? I can't read, I'm illiterate. Oh, 3 shots. 3 shots each? 3 shots at 3 different targets? Oh, any ability. Okay, that's a big change. Okay, sorry. Reading comprehension is hard. Using any ability triggers the shoulder turret, periodically firing up to 3 shots at allies, each restoring 25 health. So it's going to hit 3 times. So it fires 3 in total. Bro's not been beating the flats allegations. I didn't read it. It's not that I just didn't read it. I just skimmed it and saw the 25 and was like, oh, that's changed. In terms of his abilities, he only has 2 abilities, right? He's got the lamp and he's got the regen burst. So changing it onto ability triggers is one of those where I'm guessing the ult triggers it as well. It's not going to have crazy uptime, and most of the uptime is going to be for peel instead of being for proactive plays. It says up to. I'm going to guess it's got a timer where it gets removed. If it doesn't fire 3 times in that timer. And it probably doesn't fire if people are out of range or if people are at full health. It's always been a smart heal, I'm pretty sure, to the lowest health target as well. An extra 75 healing every 14 and 25 seconds. Yeah, it's very long cooldown on his abilities. So, like, that is a damper on how much it does. Biotic Reloader. Hitting an entire 3-round burst reloads a healing projectile. Healing projectile direct hits reload 3 primary ammo. It's just straight throughput buff. Did you see Flats call himself the king in this streamer space? Was it real? What was that? Was that a thing he did? That's almost as bad as inventing esports, if he actually said that. I'm the king. Is it infinite damage and healing if hitting all? Yeah, it's a massive throughput increase. Do I take the burst at the important moments, or do I like take the not having to reload / infinite stuff if I weave? I think that's really interesting, actually. Pretty happy with that. I definitely think field medicine was bad. That update is good. I think this is healthy, and I don't think it's power creep. What do you guys think? It would be really good into, like, Hog. Yeah. And it's also got a limiter to it. Yeah, like, you have to be weaving both in order to be able to get the free stuff, right? If you go full ammo on either of them, you're not generating any value. Flats genuinely fell off so hard. I feel like it. And it was a palpable change when he truly lost his passion. It makes me so sad. Yeah, Flats is one of those that I feel kind of sorry for him. Like, he's very much Rivals build, and he still has, like, bang on, spot on opinions. But I think the issue is he got so burnt out on Overwatch that he's just done with it. And then he burnt all his bridges by speaking negatively about the game and being the biggest person doing it. Missy unfiltered Flats, yeah. Isn't Bio Reloader going to be way better versus tanks, though? I mean, allowing you to shoot infinitely into tanks, like, Baptiste already practically could do that. All it's doing is letting you shoot for longer into tanks. Yeah, it's going to be better. It's going to be a lot better in 6v6 than 5v5, don't get me wrong. But yeah, I don't see a massive problem with it, because all it's doing is stopping your reload, and that does increase your throughput, but it doesn't increase your burst. It is a... What are you messaging me, Mihi, man?
Targeted hard, because I was at the top, right? Everyone goes for the king, and you better go. If you go swing for the king, you better fucking take his head. And they didn't. They missed, and that made a lot of people really spooked, and was like. spooked a lot of creators. I was actually the person who got targeted hard because I
What's he on about? I need a longer clip to have any context on that.
was at the top, right? Everyone.
It's monologue. It seems like he was just chatting shit, to be honest, and got clipped, honestly. It doesn't sound like he's being horribly, like... Watch clip, man. What clip? What clip? I just watched the clip. What are you on about, burgers? People on Twitter rage bait him and he falls for it every time. No, it's just the result of being a streamer that streams for a lot of time. Like, people ask you questions. Like, you can probably clip me saying something that sounds really conceited if you clip it right. Like, he streams quite a lot, so... Yeah, there's nothing burger. If he was doing it in a really, like, I'm the king, like, I've done this, like, I've got to the top, this is... the conversation wasn't about him being good, he just threw in... And objectively, do you know what? He's the fucking king. He completely creamed the creator space, he ruined it, and he made off like a bandit. And he doesn't even want to play the game anymore, despite the fact that he'll make an infinite amount of money doing it. So, yeah, he succeeded. He gets to say he succeeded as long as he's not horribly conceited about it. It's objectively right, in my opinion. When you aim at a king, you better hit the head, but instead you miss. Yeah, I don't even have an idea. Like, you should still get quotes right. I don't fucking know what he's talking about. Has he ever thought that it was partially due to the fact that he and most people he's friends with have almost zero responsibility over what he says, or... I don't know what you're on about. Listen. Next character, probably a good idea. Yeah, did we do the rankings for this? I don't think we did. Power creep. This is probably a 4 for power creep. Probably takes a bit of power out of field medicine, which is good, despite the fact nobody really used it anyway. Both of these are more healthy. The Jazz is probably an 8 for me, and I think the design is like an 8 for me. Right? I'm pretty happy about that. If you came for the the quote's different, but I don't give a shit if he's dumb. If he says a quote wrong, it doesn't matter to me. This is a baguette. Barrier restoration, morale boost, quick fix whiplash. I think everything's the same here. No barrier restoration, got 30% movement speed for 1.5 seconds added. Everything else is the same. So, what do we have? Morale boost is pairing, whiplash is pairing. We have a new minor and a new major perk. Melee attacks reduce the cooldown of repair back by 0.5 seconds. Okay. Sure. Interesting that it provides a different avenue for healing. I don't think that's horribly toxic, right? 0.5 seconds seems relatively minor and just a reward for getting in there. Barrier restoration was clearly meant to be like get close kind of thing. Inspiring strike, shield bash grants 30% increased movement speed for 2 seconds. Inspires healing is instant when activated by shield bash. Instant? What do you mean instant? Like it does the entire burst instantly? So it's going to do a massive burst of healing for the entire team. What is Inspire's total healing? I guess is the question. $15 per second, 4 seconds. So it's 60 heal instant. $60 AoE heal could be very good. I already picked Quick Fix. I think Quick Fix being removed is good, right? Like, I was never a fan of Barrier Restoration, never been a fan of Quick Fix. It's just a peel increase. I find the AoE heal instant on your cooldown more healthy. It also heals you, right? 0.5 reduction, potentially every 0.6 seconds. That's around an 87% acceleration. It just means that if you're brawling with somebody else or you're fighting somebody else, you get a cooldown reduction. Like if you think about the uptime of being able to hit someone on Brig and most ranges, I think that's fair. $60 healing instant on yourself is very strong though, right? Do you think that cancels Inspire, or do you think it applies a new heal to you that just heals you for 60 instantly? So if you got Inspire running, do you think you can shield bash at the same time and not cancel it? Couple of questions, right? Couple of questions. In general, I think Quick Fix was horribly toxic. In general, I think Barrier Restoration was a bit meh. I kind of like that they got parity up there with Combat Medic and Morale Boost in terms of healing type stuff. I kind of like down here they've got like damagey type stuff. So rare that you want to bash an enemy. Maybe having 60 instant heal makes it worth it. Prefer the mobility most of the time. Yeah, 100%. And they got the movement speed there as well, so you're not horribly punished for doing it. It's kind of like a brawl thing. I don't mind this. I think this is relatively good. Yeah. Power creep. Obvious power creep here. The quick fix is a big power that they've taken out of the kit. Combat Medic kind of like puts it back in. So I say this is kind of like a 4 in terms of power creep. Jazz. How jazzy is this? Pretty jazzy. I think it's like a 6 or 7. Probably no higher, but yeah, 6 or 7. Design direction. I think I'm happy. Yeah, I think I'm happy with this. I think it's a 6, 7. I say the point of Inspire that it lasts for so long and it messes up breakpoints for dive heroes that lack burst damage. Oh, I could not care less about dive heroes that care about breakpoints. Just damage people more before you go in. Breakpoint Andes, man. I'm ignoring you, random. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why everyone's so negative about support so far. I think that's first couple are the more problematic ones, and they've been fine, right? Like, I've been fine. Healing Pylons, the same as at launch. Summer Solstice is the same as at launch. It has lost its increased attack speed, though. No, it's gained the increased attack speed since launch. Solar Power is the same, despite the fact that nobody ever picks it. Outburst is still incredible. So here we see Sunburn's the same. Summer Solstice is the same. Rapid Construction is the same. So it's just Solar Flare for Solar Power. Solar Power was never picked, so at least they got something that might be picked. Press left click while using Solar Rifle's Healing Beam to consume all energy, healing allies in front of Illari for up to 120 healing. Well, Solar Power is never usable. It's a bursty thing for a bursty thing. So if you see there's these two bursty things that are the same type of thing. AoE burst heal. I don't really have a problem with an AoE burst heal, right? Like that's a cool thing to add to a kit in my opinion. Consume all energy rewards you for doing other things than going back to do a burst heal. Could be potentially problematic. I guess the question is, what is the range on this? What is the cone on this? And realistically, how easily usable is it? How fast is it? Because if you can use this to peel for people in a fight, that could be good. Really good for 6v6, man. Like, really good. I kind of like it. I think I'm going to go Power Creep. That is definitely Power Creep, but I think Sunburn's so good that you need something good to match with it, so it's probably only about a 4 in terms of Power Creep, a little bit of Power Creep. Jazz, I mean, this is like a 7 for me, maybe up to an 8. Like, I'll definitely try it out. Design direction, I'm going to say about 7 or 8 too. I'm pretty happy with that. Anyone else? I'm assuming they just took the beam and made it tick faster to add this perk. It's easier to just make a cone heal, I think, than it is for anything else. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's far easier just to make a fresh cone heal. It's a standard thing that me and Didac found where, like, if you want to do anything to the things that Blizzard has done, you pretty much just have to remake the characters for the most part. Because quite a lot of their coding is so spaghetti that you may as well not play around with it and just remake the ability. If you're doing things outside of, like, the easy stuff to do. So, yeah, they probably just made a cone heal. Which is quite a lot of effort as well, if you think about it. Like, I'm really actually positive about that Ilari change. I don't, again, like, power creep being, like, 1 point higher is not really a big turnoff for me. If the jazz and the design is in the right direction, I think I'm fine. When is all this going live? This is going live, we scroll out. There's it going live. Before Silksong comes out is the answer. How big is Overwatch 2's technical debt? Well, it's obviously impossible to say, but it seems pretty damn large. Given the fact that they have struggled to do the armor change, that's a big red flag. And we've seen that the armor glitch so many different times. It seems that so many of their systems are, like, interconnected behind the scenes. And the spaghetti kind of, like, goes through everything. And the moment you move something over here moves. From what we've gathered from the workshop, and I don't think the workshop really actually is that far off of the coding for the main game. It seems... because the same problem seemed to happen in the workshop that happened in the main game. That's why I consider that. It seems like it's pretty bad. Went through a full lecture and Realth is halfway done. Juno, familiar vitals, 35% faster, never changed. Hyper boost is was changed to the double jump, the reboots. Master Blaster stayed, reboots. Oh no, reboots went into minor, and then Locked On got introduced. Reduced the cooldown of Pulsar to beat up with 1.5 seconds for each hit. I think Locked On was really... Oh, Locked On is gone? Oh no, it's in there. Okay, so this has been completely changed around from live. I think Juno's had the most changes. So Familiar Vitals is the same. That's the only one that's been kept for the entirety of it. And we've got that paired now against another Pulsar Torpedoes perk for this one. I think that's pretty healthy. Obviously, that's going to... the difference between that and instead of reboots, but reboots have been moved, whatever, we're moving a load of stuff. I really like Locked On. I really like Pulsar. I think this is a healthy way to do it. I think that is really good. The minor perks now make sense. They're different changes that you change an ability around. I think that's good. Liftoff. Martian overboots can now triple jump. Faster Blaster while glide boost is active. Mediblaster fires continuously. Oh, so you can just hold down the button, right? That's a big burst. How much is that going to increase the HPS? That's crazy. Do 12 per shot. Let's go now. 1.29 shots per second. Does it have the delay between shots here? Ah, so 1.29 per shot. So it's 12 shots. And then... Wait, is that the shot? Is that the time before the next shot? Is that the time the shot takes? I guess is the question. One burst every 0.774 seconds. How long does the click take though? Can someone math this? I don't think there's enough information here, but there might be. Maybe I'm just stupid. You need the amount of time that the shot takes, and I don't think we have that, so. Someone said it's like 40% effective fire rate boost. No, it feels like half on, half off, right? Is that with reloads included? Without reload, that it's got to be at least double, doesn't it? Because it's like zzz, zzz, So like it's pretty much half and half between downtime and shooting. That's got to be crazy. I'm saying right now that's got to be crazy. We've lost the crit. Triple jumps now on here. I think the triple jump's more healthy than the reboots, so I'm kind of happy about that. Okay. You know what? I think these are more healthy, right? I don't know. Like I think these are better. Like they seem better designed. They seem to have jazz, and they don't seem to be power creeping. Anyone else disagree? So power creep. This is a little bit of power creep here because I think that was quite a strong perk. This is a little bit of power creep here, but it's a major perk, and also it's fine, like, to have like continuous firing. In my opinion, it takes a lot of skill. It's got a lot of skill scaling. Yeah, I don't think I have too much of a problem with this. It's cool that you can use mobility for healing. Yeah, definitely. I think that's cool. So yeah, I'm going to say in terms of power creep, probably a 4, just a little bit of power creep. But in terms of jazziness, I think this is like an 8 for me. I really want to try out this faster blaster thing. I think locked on is something that I always want in my game, right? If I don't have locked on, I'm sad. And then, yeah, for design direction, I think this is positive. I think this is like a 7 or an 8. Good stuff. Everyone's like, wait till you get to the supports. And I'm like, wait a minute, everything's fine. What's happening here? Hey, I'm walking here. Gary. Wait till Gary? We're here. So urgent care has always been the same and will continue to be the same. I think that one actually is pretty bad. I'm sad about that. Can I hit launch to a Fuda to an ally in front of you? I also think that's a bad perk. I'm actually really negative about both of these perks for the most part. This is extra healing throughput for a character that needs less healing throughput on the main angle. And this is just for the most part bad or annoying to deal with. Swift Step grants Kiriko 40% increase attack and reload for 2 seconds. Is a replace for shuffling. 40% increase attack and reload speed for 2 seconds. So you're going to jump into a fight with 40% increased attack speed. This is obviously to jumping to an angle, right? Weaker than shuffling? It could be weaker than shuffling, but 40% increased attack speed is nothing to scoff at. Like, you can jump, like, don't get me wrong, in terms of design, this is better because we got no more fucking shuffling. I mean, that's an unabashed win not having shuffling, right? Like, I'm not couching my words. That's good, but you imagine you're in a duel and a Kiriko anywhere on the map just TPs in and fucking murders you with 40% increased attack speed. That's gonna feel bad. Foxtrot changed. Foxtrot, that's the same as live. So Foxtrot has gone to 100% increased cooldown recovery and 30% increased movement speed for 3 seconds. So the speed has gone down, the length have increased, which is 3 seconds is the time that a tank brawls. So that's more healthy in my opinion. But the 100% increased cooldown recovery for 3 seconds. 6 seconds of cooldowns, yeah. Read what I said? No, I hate you. What did you say? Soldier in a Kitsune when visoring Suzu has a cool... So basically, you said about the Suzu before I'd even read it to confuse me. Has a cooldown 0.3 seconds on his Helix, or 0.6 seconds without the Suzu from Kiriko. Gonna be fun. Yeah, 50% cooldown reduction for cooldowns with 3 seconds cooldown or lower. That's a free cast, yeah. It's going to be almost useless or really strong depending on who it's matched with. But I like that as a dynamic for an ability, right? I think that increasing the diversity of use cases for Suzu is a good thing for Suzu. It's going to mean there's less denial in the ability for the most part. I really like non-aggressive Suzu or aggressive Suzu used not as peel, but in order to be able to do stuff. Non-defensive Suzu, word's hard. How long is Blink's cooldown? That would be very strong. I think this is positive. You're saying that I have a problem with Kiriko, but this seems good. Yeah, this seems healthier. I really like the idea of getting a... I mean, Foxtrot was always very interesting to me from the beginning, and I think that's just made it more interesting. I still think Fortune Teller is absolute horseshit, bullshit, awful, needs to be removed instantly. But I'm rating the changes, so that's a good change. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Every single time you give it a reason to be used aggressively, it reduces the frustration of people being peeled for. So yeah, I'm really happy with that. That's good. Power creep, that's obvious power creep. I think on both. I think Ready to Step is better than Shuffling, even though it's less annoying. Foxtrot is better than Foxtrot, so yeah, power creep. I mean, it's like a 3 for power creep. It's pretty bad. Jazz, I think this is probably less jazzy for other people. I think it's an 8 for me. I think it's probably like a 6 or 7 for other people. Design, I think this is like an 8 or a 9. Like, I think this is really good in terms of design. Is so much more power creep than a side grade? Yeah, 100%. No, agreed entirely. And I think they just have abandoned it, right? Power creep is okay in certain scenarios where it's not problematic to the game if ever things power crept unilaterally. The problem is power creep causes massive, like, sharp interaction between characters, right? Do you think the devs knew they'd be introducing perks when they increased health in Season 9? Hard to tell. It's around the same time, but I don't think they would have been already making decisions for it, if you get what I mean, even if they did know. Life cycle is dead. Long live ice cycle. Oh no, my 10 health per second. That was the best perk. No, what, you bastards. Why would you do that? Cleansing Grasp was always this. Rejuvenating Dash adds 20 healing to your next healing blossom within 3 seconds. So that's moving there. Super Bloom staying and becoming a longer stick and a bigger damage. Oh, is that the same as live? I didn't read it. Yeah, that's the same. Sorry, Super Bloom's the same. You're right. Good job. I assumed that Super Bloom hadn't been changed recently. So basically what we got is Life Weaving's moved. Life Weaving was 40, it's being reduced to 20. So it's being nerfed to be reduced to a minor perk. I think that's probably reasonable, but also you will exclusively use that. Allies gain 25% attack speed while standing on a raised petal platform. Is it not just useless in 99% of situations? Yes, it is pretty much useless. Widow Enabler? Sure. I mean, yeah, sure. It's going to be useful in niche situations, but yeah, it's very gimmicky. I don't really like it. Like, we had the weird one, right? The weird one paired with a good, solid one. And then we had 2 general stuff that depended on the playstyle, that adapts for you depending on the playstyle. And now we have a weird one over here and a weird one here. And then generically good, generically good. Do you see how that pairs it differently? Basically, what we've done is we made it so that you need a very, very niche pick for petal power. Or you don't get to play the interesting character. Will Cassidy ulting on the petal be buffed? It's only 25% attack speed, though. One of the worst things about standing on petal, I know people don't play Life Weaver, they won't know this. Healing a person on petal is almost fucking impossible. If they want to actually make petal be standable on, they need to make it so Life Weaver can heal people through the petal. Yes, it scales off damage boost Cassidy, yes. It's better for him himself because he gains better DPS. Does he gain better healing? Attack speed. Attack speed probably affects his healing, right? For instance, Anna's always going to get better healing from the attack speed. So is that just incentivizing you to stand on your petal at the back of the map? Does this affect Moira? Interesting. Yeah, attack speed, one of those weird ones, isn't it? It's like reload speed, it affects people differently. Oh, it's only allies. Yes, no, you're right. Good spot. Yeah. Or replace petal with something actually useful. It is useful if you have two and you have the movement to be able to use it in order to make grip healthy, like we have in our mode. God, I love our Life Weaver so much. Yeah, I'm not convinced. I think it's I think this is still bad. I think this is annoying, like power creep on his general healing, as opposed to the power creep on his general survivability in a healthy way with the 10 health per second. I think 10 health per second was really healthy. Like, I really like that on the kit, and removing that's really boring. I wish they actually reduced his health and gave him back the 10 health per second. Like, this just roots him further. This just, for the most, roots him further. Yeah. Power creep. Generic power creep from life weaving. Minus power from life cycle. Makes him more passive. Passive power yet to be seen. I think it's negative power creep though. So I think power creep is like a 6, just a little bit. Jazz. I mean, people will try out petal power, but nobody's gonna stick with it. It's not like a cool thing that people will try out for one game and be like, oh, it's fine. 25% attack speed. It's not that high. So that's probably like a 6. A little bit of a draw. Design direction, I'd say 2. Like, that's really bad. Like, actively bad for his design. Yeah, problems. Yeah. My throat is going to die before I'm done with this, by the way. Visor with Kitsune Rush on top of a petal. You can always say that, right? Season 18 patch just dropped. 403 access denied. Did it? Oh wait, I didn't get the full hyperlink didn't load. Scrolling down to see the points. So from the top, Summer Games, Junkrat Loot Hunt, Hero Progression Updates, Advanced Information Panel, Mouse and Keyboard for consoles. They can now use a mouse and keyboard natively to play Overwatch 2 if they prefer not to use a controller. What? Guys? Guys, we zimming? Are drops enabled? Drops are automatically enabled. I don't control them. I do not know. It's the answer. Real-time text moderation. Or... okay, so it's just... yeah, it's just a filter, right? But that filter was already there. What are we doing? Can you go back up? I was trying to scroll through it fast to cover all of the topics. No. First time user experience? I'll go back to it in a bit. They have access to every hero in the game from the start. I actually think that's bad. I think they should gate it behind a training thing. Hero skill rating. Allowing players to analyze their skill at individual heroes. We originally removed SR from comp because players perceived it as an absolute truth and skill. They're actually putting individual character SR back in the game? What? What? It's not using matchmaking, but you do have it. That's really interesting. I kind of like that. Dunno. Skill rank reset. Sure. Terrible, but you know, I fucking hate rank resets, but they're doing one. Competitive rewards. Diamond or above for a galactic skin. Competitive play, new player requirements. It's lowered to 20 matches, that's good. Hero updates. Armor still reducing incoming damage by 7 up to a maximum of 50. Combined damage reduction on armor can no longer exceed 50 unless an ability increasing it past the point. Nice. In cases where total block reduction. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's just all of the perks. Okay, so it's not quite as big as you think. Is this stadium? I'm just scrolling down to see what else is here. Okay, so not that much before stadium. It's also normal patch notes. This post is huge. It's massive, isn't it? I think I might take 5 minutes and then go for it. Jesus Christ. Directed link doesn't work for me. You have to copy all of it. That's the hero updates. The rest is perks, right? There's no non. We got the pig pen change. Okay, give me a couple of minutes. I guess we abandon what we were doing and we go straight for this. Okay, let's abandon. We'll pick this back up another day. Just remember, we are at Lucio. Okay, guys, Lucio. Got that? I'm gonna do like 20 press ups, wake myself up. Wait, is this patch up live? Okay. Alright. Alright, you assholes. Right. Wu Yang buffs. Ram is dead. Dead. Okay. Are we all ready? Are you sitting comfortably? Oh, we're gonna do a little delay on that, and we're gonna instead. Where'd I put it? I minimized it. We're instead gonna be doing this. Oh, Overwatch 2 retail patch notes, August 26, 2025. So this is the Wednesday patch that is coming out with all of the perks, which we were covering before we got rudely interrupted by KD. Let's go. There's a dev update, by the way. I can't do everything at once, god damn it. Where'd you post it in the Discord?
Hello, everyone.
Whoa, a dev update? Let's put it on the... so many things happening. Okay, right. Dev update first, right? Dev update first. Because I'll probably explain half the things that are in the message, right?
Hello, everyone. This has been a big year for Overwatch 2, and Season 18 is going to be one of the biggest so far.
Just make it good.
We've got several of our devs here to talk through some of the cool things headed your way.
Stuff. No, I don't want adding
as we
stuff.
can't cover everything
Halo
in the dev update, here's a quick list of stuff coming when the season launches on August 26th. An advanced hero info panel, an updated first-time user experience with all heroes available to new players, an improved progression system with new rewards, and a new collab, and a new support hero, Roadhog changes, a competitive rank Soth reset, more perks, and Stadium gets 3 heroes coming with 1 more at mid-season, and a new payload race mode featuring 2 new maps, a draft mode for Stadium, Stadium quick play with crossplay enabled, and Stadium endorsements. There will also be the return of Lucio Ball, but this time in 3P.
Stadium.
Amazing new skin themes including Pool Party, Floral Gods, and Neo Streetwear, and some brilliant work from the animation team that includes the new universal emote that can be equipped on every hero, and a skateboard emote for Kuriko that lets you roam around the map, and brilliant work on the new Cassidy Mythic Weapon skin. Speaking of Mythics, Sojourn has this season's Mythic Hero skin. Alongside the soft rank reset, we are also introducing the brand new Galactic Competitive skin. And across all game modes, we'll now have a new lever forgiveness system where you won't receive any negative hits to your ranking.
How do you stop people abusing it?
If someone leaves a match early from your team. And
what?
we are introducing new mouse and keyboard functionality for consoles.
Say any.
This
No.
The brand new Galactic Competitive skin.
What?
And across all game modes, we'll now have a new lever forgiveness system where you won't receive any negative hits.
What? No. What are you doing, guys? Guys, they will just stream snipe the streamers and leave when the games are going badly. What are you doing? What? That's an awful idea. What the hell?
Your ranking if someone leaves a match early from your team. And we are introducing new mouse and keyboard functionality for consoles. This will improve accessibility.
They're making it so that zimming is legal and good, apparently.
For players that can't use controllers, while also giving more options for how console players compete.
What do you mean can't use the controllers? Controllers are, for the most part, more disability-friendly than keyboards are, aren't they?
But to keep things competitively fair, all console players who use this will be added to the PC pool of players. Oh!
Okay, you know what? You can stay. You can stay. Yeah, added to the PC pool. Fair enough, actually, yeah. If people keep leaving your games from your group, they can detect that and ban you. But people will just stream snipe them. They won't queue with them, right?
And a new hero status website where you can check hero pick, win, and ban rates for the core modes. Okay, that is a lot, and this is just the introduction. So let's hand it over to some of our amazing developers who will go into more detail on a few of the things I just listed. I need some more water.
Hey everyone, let's talk heroes. First
What
up, our
transition?
newest support hero is Wu Yang. He's a blast to play, and we hope everyone had a great time testing him during last weekend's hero trial. For those who weren't able to jump in,
Yeah, that is true. The console pool is just dead. That splits the player base for them. They will have nobody playing the console pool right at high level. That's actually a very, very bad effect of that.
Wu Yang brings a unique skill set to the battlefield.
Yeah, they're getting really creative with this. It's so much fun to watch these.
You'll be manipulating water while playing from a distance, refreshing allies and drowning enemies. His primary fire is a controllable water orb. You can either launch it with a quick shot or guide it midair towards your target. It's kind of like a laser-guided missile. Super satisfying to use and unlike anything we've done.
My final thoughts on Wu Yang are the primary feels really good. I'm a bit concerned there's nothing else in the kit. And I'm also a bit concerned that the primary will feel really bad to play against once people get good with it and you're getting clarted from across the map. And I don't think there's enough power scaling or skill scaling in the kit that anything else can get really good. So I've got a feeling that they might end up in a bind.
Before. It's the core of his kit and everything else builds around it. Restorative Stream places a ring of water around allies for consistent passive healing while maintaining line of sight. You can also amp up the healing by holding down your secondary fire, but be careful as that drains its own healing resource. What would a water-themed hero be without the ability to harness waves? Rushing Torrent gives Wu Yang a movement speed boost and bonus
This
jump
guy's got a
height,
lovely voice.
while Guardian Wave summons a current to give a healing boost to allies and knock back enemies. And finally, his ult, Tidal Blast, protects either a teammate or yourself with a shield of water that will detonate after a short duration, knocking down enemies and giving the host a massive heal. Visually, Wu Yang
Yeah,
is
it is
stunning.
old icons,
Our team
right.
put a ton of work into the water shader tech to make sure it feels fluid and expressive while still fitting within Overwatch's stylized look. It's one of the most technically ambitious visuals we've done for a hero. In addition to a new hero, we're
What is the visual? The water shader tech.
also making some changes
I'll
to
take their word at it. I know shit.
Roadhog. It's a return to a more classic Roadhog feel, with a few tweaks to keep him balanced as we're reverting some of the changes from his last rework. The trap is gone and his scrap gun secondary is back.
Why did they ever change it to begin with? Like, there's never any rationale and nobody ever complained about it.
To give him more
Fair enough, yeah.
impact at medium range.
But that's what they said to begin with. They said it was to give him more impact at medium range and stop the sweet spotting. That's what they said it was for when they first did it.
Take a breather is moving to your ability 2 button, so you still have that survivability with the updated scrap gun. The trap was
This is
an
gonna
interesting
ruin our
experiment,
Roadhog
but it
rework.
didn't land the way we had hoped. This update brings back the playstyle players love while still refining it for today's game. And finally, let's talk about perks. We've got a big refresh coming in Season 18. We're adding over 60 new perks this season. Every hero is getting at least one new perk, and we focused on making them more fun, more impactful, and more aligned with each hero's identity.
I kind of wondered now what Spyro meant when he said Wu Yang will bring something lacking in the support class. No idea whatsoever. I think Wu Yang's brought different flavors of things that the class already had, right? And I do think AoE is something they lacked, but I don't think Wu Yang realistically actually has that much AoE in his orb. Like, I think it's really single target focused.
Perks are one of the biggest changes we ever made to Overwatch, and the team has learned quite a lot since they rolled out in Season 15. One of the biggest lessons we learned is that players tend to prefer when perks give you something cool without limiting your gameplay. This season, we're leaning more into perks that feel good to pick with a greater focus on what is fun. Some of our favorites: you can have Torbjorn run faster with his hammer out. It's called Hammer Time, and yes, it's as fun as it sounds. Moira's new reversal perk lets you reverse the direction on her biotic orb by activating it mid-flight. And Wrecking Ball now gets a protective
Spoilers.
bubble when he uses Adaptive Barrier.
Okay.
We want perks to feel exciting, transformative, and worth experimenting with. We can't wait to see how you respond to all of these changes once the season goes live. Now let's throw it over to our system design team for some great updates on what they've been working on.
Yeah, no, I am nervous.
Wu Yang
Agreed.
looks incredible. And now with progression 2.0 dropping in Season 18, it's a better time than ever.
Parry mechanic the last 1.5 seconds. They're parrying with fucking golden parry. They're parrying with like 3 seconds of iframes.
To pick up a new hero.
That's right, Brian. I'm so glad you mentioned that. What a succinct and professional segue. It's almost like we wrote that. You heard that right. With Season 18, we're massively upgrading the way you experience hero
No reaction to the cringe, guys, okay? No reaction.
progression. We know how much players care about their favorite heroes, and we want the game and other players to recognize the effort you put into mastering them. I know what you're thinking, Brian. Please stop freaking out. You won't lose any progress with this update. All your hero levels are carrying over just as they are. No wipe or reset. Furthermore, Each hero has an upgraded track of rewards, offering hero-specific cosmetics and even legendary loot boxes.
Good fucking idea,
Let's
man.
get to the real star of
Wow,
this.
that's good.
With
That's real
Progression
good.
2.0, at hero levels 20, 40, and 60, you'll see the frame around your hero portrait upgrade.
Thank fuck, Jesus Christ. It took you this long to re-put in something you had in Overwatch 1, but you made it better during it. That's absolutely fine. Good job. Like
They'll evolve
that's
into
good.
something shinier and more spectacular. These frames will be visible on the hero
I see the Marvel's DNA. That was one of the good things that Marvel's did, gives you a reason to play the individual characters. I don't think Marvel's rewarded it enough.
select and
It seems like they're really rewarding it here.
kill cam screens to start, letting you flex your dedication to your favorite heroes. And yes, that means if you were level 20 on any hero right now, you will have the first new border on day 1.
Fair enough.
And if you're starting
That's
out a
cool.
new hero,
That's
like
a reason
our
to come back in. Look, really good.
buddy Wu Yang there, it should take you roughly 20 hours to hit hero level 20.
All right,
Okay,
it's that time of the
sure.
year again.
I hope it's exponential, so it takes more and more time to get up the levels, so that people can have like really high rank rewards.
Will have their mid-year soft
Or their
rank
matter.
reset. But
It is
this
good.
time we will be introducing a new system we call Hero Skill Rating. For the
We
first
read this a second ago. This seems like a great idea.
time ever, we'll be able to see how
So you get individual SR. You aren't ranked on this, so this isn't anything to do with matchmaking.
you rank on
This is
individual
just your skill rating for the heroes.
heroes in competitive. It's a whole new way to track your growth. And
I don't know if they're gonna rank.
yeah,
Sorry.
it might even surprise you. Here's how
I don't know how they're gonna rank. So let's say I'm better on Reinhardt than I am on Winston, but I played like Reinhardt and Winston in the match. Does that individually change their SR rating between them more for the one that was further away from the average rank? If you get what I mean, do they get individual skill-based adjustments? Because what they just showed was
It's a
them
whole-
all three getting 39 up there, which is a bit concerning.
whole
Personally.
new way to track your growth. And yeah, it might even
I
surprise
hope it's not
you.
performance based.
Here's
I
how it
hope
works.
I hope it's the same as normal rank system, but just doesn't matter, right? But I guess what you can do is just dump your bad heroes on purpose in order to stop your good heroes having problems. Maybe it's going to create incentives for people to swap off a hero that they're good on or they want ranked up when they're losing. Maybe that'll happen and that will cause problems.
After each rank
trying to see if
reset,
there's issues
once
with
you
the-
finish your placement, hero placements unlock. And the goal now is to get Hero SR. Just play a hero for at least 3 minutes in 5 different matches. That's it.
So simple.
You'll be actively gaining or losing SR for each hero you play as you try to reach new heights this competitive year. So maybe you're a gold overall, but you're a plat Reinhardt.
I am not.
That's a flex. And that's not just about bragging rights. The system helps you double
Has to be
down
performance based. It's really concerning that they didn't have different SLs for the 3 different heroes. Personally,
on your best heroes, or figure out where you've got room to grow. It's personal, actionable, and that's a great way for you to level up your
I hope that the rewards are more merit based than they are grinding based. Right? That's what I hope.
game. Lastly,
I'm concerned that this is going to be a rivals type system instead of individual based competitive. Because if you don't have the individual based competitive system, what happens is the luster of being able to get to the high ranks on certain heroes is lost because it doesn't matter.
every rank reset, your hero SR will reset. So let's make this year huge.
There are a lot of
Oh, it's
questions.
personal, all right. I can't wait to see how bronze I am on all my favorite heroes. Now for the stat nerds in the room. We get very hyped for stats here. We've got an update that we've wanted to tackle for a while. The aim is to give players better tools to analyze and understand the game in more detail. We call it the Advanced Info Panel. If you can't remember whether Soldier 76's gun does 19 or 20 damage,
Perfect. Really good. Like, that's really good. Just to hover over, you don't have to key into it. It doesn't give you the information unless you click on it. That's really nice. Yeah.
per bullet,
I was worried that they were going to make it like an advanced tab that you click into. Hover over is a perfect
this is for
solution.
you. We're surfacing real-time stats in-game. I'm talking about healing over time, cooldown
Doesn't
mod,
show fire rate. I'm sure that'll add little bits of people feedback into it. I'm sure they'll be receptive to it. They've done a lot of work for the system.
fires, movement bonuses, all the detailed stats you could ask for right there at your fingertips. No more guessing, no more tabbing out to YouTube. Whether you're learning a new hero or trying to squeeze every bit of value out of your main, this is going to make that process way easier.
I just want to
Good
say,
stuff.
we're finally hitting Gavin's wish list feature.
charming.
I know you may love Stadium rank rewards, so this season we're adding 3 new Elite skins, 1 new All-Star skin, and that's just for Stadium. We heard you ask for more rank rewards, so for the first time, Core Competitive...
I can't believe they've wasted their time on 2 damn Stadium maps instead of releasing 2 maps the main fucking game. I'm so mad.
...is getting a skin reward. This year's skin is Freya, decked out in Galactic.
That is a sick skin.
All right.
When's the last time we got a map for the main game?
That's it from us from System Design Team. Let's throw it over to Connor.
And the legendary Larry Pickle himself.
Oh, it was the infinitely connected map that is basically made for 5v5 and awful for 6v6, yeah.
To talk about Stadium.
Thanks, guys. Hey, everyone. We have a lot coming to Stadium in Season 18. More than we even have time to share today.
So to kick things off, we are introducing a new quick play version of Stadium. Quick play is for those looking for a faster, more accessible version of Stadium without having to worry about their rank. Quick play will be best of 5 and have accelerated power progression to compensate for having fewer rounds. Powers will unlock on rounds 1.
It's time to split the player base again. No, you will not have good queues. You will not have good matchmaking and queue times. You will be split into 500 different things. Is Stadium actually popular? It's hard to tell. They haven't released statistics for a little while. Ever since they released the first ones after Stadium release, they haven't released any.
2, 3, and 5,
popular,
and you'll earn more cash from damage and healing, as well as passively.
They'd already invested
Quick play will also finally allow for cross-platform play. Now you and your friends can all join up, regardless of whether you're playing on PC or console. Quick play will also have backfill to help deal with levers, which we expect more of in quick play. A player who backfills into the Stadium match will be able to catch up immediately. You'll be given currency equal to the average of the team you're joining and be given time in the shop to pick powers and buy items. Along with the launch of quick play, we're also now requiring players to win 10 quick play matches in Stadium before being able to join comp, so new Stadium players aren't jumping straight into competitive.
I won't be able to play comp.
And speaking of competitive, we have an all-new system.
Yeah, why would anyone play the comp version when the supposed fun comes with bullshit all over the place? Yeah, I think this is antithetical to the kind of like point of Stadium in the first place. The backfilling's a real good quality of life for people because levers were really problematic, but also the match quality in Stadium was a major complaint, and this is going to make the match quality worse, right? So people for skins, yeah, I guess, but still, like, it's not great, is it?
Coming to competitive Stadium, we have Hero Draft, which is going to be replacing the normal hero selection. In the hero draft, you're going to be taking turns with the enemy team, picking heroes, going back and forth. You'll be able to react to what your opponents are picking and what your teammates are picking. We're hoping to add a strategic layer.
By the way, this is a chopstick, if anyone, it's a chopstick with a face on it, if anyone's wondering.
And more agency to the hero selection in a game of Stadium. Some of the cool things you'll be able to do in a draft are you'll be able to swap positions with your teammates. So you'll be able to strategize and decide if you want to pick later or earlier in the draft.
Yeah, in making half of this right here, they could have just balanced 6v6 for the entire time. A mode that has a significant portion of its player base as well, with just this amount of time.
We're also going to have no mirror
the lighting
matchups
so
for
weird?
the first time in Overwatch.
I don't know.
This is going
I'm
to
not used to Overwatch at epic settings. I don't know what it looks like. I just play on, I want the FPS setting.
Be in competitive Stadium only, so you can still play mirrors in quick play. But it really adds a lot of strategy to the hero picking.
Allows the tank to pick last. Yeah. Advantage the person picking second. Yeah.
And that's not all.
No mirror is big. Yeah, no mirror is big. But I think no mirror is one of those things that is only necessary because we're in the worst timeline where we only have one tank, right? Oh man, imagine admitting that you've made the game so much more likely to have a mirror matchup that is bad to play, and that you have to actually ban it. Wow.
All we have coming to Stadium.
One of the biggest additions this season is a new game mode, Payload Race. It's a double payload escort mode where each team will be pushing their own payload. Whoever gets theirs furthest or docks it first at the finish line wins.
So the trouble with the kind of modes and the TF2 like spread out kind of mode is Overwatch really works well off of concerted team fights, right? Like proper team fights where the most amount of people are interacting in the most amount of time. It's almost as if that more characters in a game might make a game like Overwatch better by making more people interact together. The trouble with Payload Race is what it does is it tends to split up the battlefield into different parts. because there's objectives in different areas, right? And that can be really problematic, right? So basically what you've done is by having one person push the payload, you've made it so there's a 4-person fight, and 4-person fights are less interesting than 5-person fights, in my opinion.
Along the way, there are checkpoints, an intense final stretch when you get close to the end, and UI that tracks each team's progress so you can easily understand what's going on. This is the first
reminder that TF2 players only play payload race to play deathmatch. That's true. That is 100% true. Yeah, Zach, you're right.
time we've had 2 objectives active at once, so teams have to balance between pushing your own payload
I don't think it's
or
gonna be
stopping
good.
the enemies. It's a bit more complex than our other game modes, but there's a ton of strategy and depth we hope you'll discover and
Depends on how much the cart paths intersect. Yeah, it's very much map-based, but I think the concept of it tends towards then going away in multiple places and therefore causing bad effects, right?
enjoy. Payload Race is launching with 2 new maps, the Thames District and the Powder Keg Mine, which are set close to Kings Row and Route 66, respectively.
This season, we're releasing 3 new heroes into Stadium: Winston, Brigitte, and Farah. Winston's kit is all about electric synergies. One of his powers, Tesla Field, causes his barrier to deal electric damage to enemies standing inside of it. Another one of his powers grants him a personal mini barrier, which would also deal damage for double the shock value. And of course, we've got a perk favorite.
As always, my problem with Stadium is that in order to make the kits more interesting or to change the kits up, what they've done is focus on a specific part of the kit. Therefore, that part becomes incredibly strong. The rest of the kit falls away. Basically meaning that the interplay between the different abilities in your kit becomes less interesting the further you get into Stadium. Because the point of the hero kits is that all of the things should work together in order to make a complete, like, whole. So basically what you've done is you abandoned half of it and made one part of it, like, interesting in and of itself. I think that's just bad in general. I don't enjoy that as a kind of like thing. I don't enjoy not doing weapon damage and then my primary fire doing nothing. That's kind of like, why am I even in this mode kind of thing.
Chain Lightning, which allows your secondary fire to chain to multiple enemies. It's all about dealing out tons of that electric damage and getting benefits for doing so. We're really leaning into that electric fantasy.
For Brig, she's got a Berserker-style build centered around Whirl Whip, a power that gives her a 360 flail attack like a helicopter. This build wants to be brawling in the middle of combat, hitting as many enemies as possible with large 360 swings. There's also a repair pack build.
But you see there, they've had an entire new ability in order to make a different focus for the character, right?
For easy, consistent healing that will help make Brig more accessible to newer players. My favorite though is the whip shot build. It gives you a much longer whip shot that can light enemies on fire. It really helps Brig in matchups that she typically struggles with, like flyers that she doesn't have the range to hit typically, like Farah.
Speaking of Farah, her flashiest build is probably a tanky rocket barrage build. In this build, you'll have access to more frequent rocket barrages that last longer and allow you to move while you're using them. You'll be floating across the sky slowly like a battle cruiser, raining down missiles on your opponents. There's a large amount of flexibility in the weapon build
I don't
well.
really care about Stadium.
The weapon builds are built all around landing direct
We'll
hits
read
and
through it in
gain
a second
payoffs
for the rest.
You'll even have the ability to turn your primary fire into a
I'm glad
volley
they
that
got
fires
this for the
3
more casual players that enjoy this, but I'm not going to be one of them.
rockets in quick succession. And for the OG Farah fans, you'll be
You know
able
how you tell new Brig players to not actually frontline? They're allowing you to play like garbage in Stadium. Yeah, okay.
get a lot more fuel, especially if you land direct hits. And then you'll be able to stay in the air for much longer.
Speaking of flying heroes, we're adding a couple new cheap general item options in Season 18 that will help players deal with flyers and long-range burst, especially earlier in the match.
We're also buffing some of the weaker general items that haven't been too popular. Our goal here is to make the armory feel like a toolbox, where you have the agency to deal with whatever enemy heroes the game throws at you. This will be an ongoing process, and we have additional plans in the future to allow you to adapt even more within the armory.
Okay,
We've
sure.
also got some power and item reworks for Ana, Cassidy, and Mercy to help increase their build variety, as well as a host of other balance changes. Besides that, we've got a new Oasis control map, and we are adding a new melee range indicator when playing in 3P to make it easier for you to know when your quick melees will land.
And of course, Tracers coming to Stadium in the mid-season update. We'll have more to share on her very soon. Thank you for joining us for the Season 18 Dev Update. We'll see you in Stadium.
No, you won't. No, you fucking won't. They're gonna make so much money, man. Everyone's gonna buy this fucking skateboard. They're gonna make so much money. Oh my god. Okay. Cool. Season 18 Stadium Quick Play. Let's skip that. We've already talked about Stadium Quick Play. Nothing too interesting there. Summer Games. It has third-person Lucio Ball. That's fine. You're welcome to have third-person Lucio Ball. I just don't force me to play it. I come here for the video game, not for the side video games. They're cute. I'll play them for 5 minutes, then they'll go back to my regular video game. Raiding Loot again, probably Shrapnel. Junkrat's Loot Hunt. I didn't even play it. Is that a thing that's been here before? Yep, I don't even care. Okay, Hero Progression updates. Hero Progression 2.0 rebuilds the system from the ground up with faster leveling, smoother UI, and a permanent prestige system built to flex your grind. Oh dear. Oh dear, guys. Well, there you go. And I've stopped caring. Oh no. No, guys. Make it a prestige, not make it like rivals now. Earn animated ascended borders at milestone levels, unlock loot boxes at key breakpoints, and track long-term growth with every hero. If you're putting in the hours, this is a system that finally shows it off. Don't get me wrong. This system hopefully is paired with the SR, individual hero SR system that is hopefully prestige. Hero level represents how much time you spent playing each hero. Level up your heroes by completing games in any game mode. I don't think it should be just the time. I think you should put some skill rating into it. Otherwise, there's no point in having any of the things. But like, it's a good system regardless. It's fine. Progression level represents how much you play overall. Every time you level up a hero, your progression level also goes up. Your hero and account level badges are automatically prestiged after reaching certain levels. Level up your heroes to earn ascended borders, which displays in most areas during the course of a match. Opponents will not be able to see your ascended prestige until after the match begins. That's healthy. As you level up, kickstart your cosmetic collection for your favorite heroes by earning highlight intros, emotes, victory poses, player icons, credits, and more. Okay, sure, so lots of rewards for it. Additionally, unlocking evolving name cards and player titles to show off your high-level heroes. Progression accolades can be hidden in streamer mode settings. That's really good, actually, being able to hide them. That's really healthy, being able to do that. That's cool. Advanced information panel. While in match or in the practice range, players can now interact with the hero information screen to find advanced details about their weapons, abilities, and passives. The following types of information are present for all heroes where relevant. Damage, healing, cooldowns, range, radius, effect durations, magazine size, reload time, fall-off ranges, barrier health, overshield, over armor, damage amplification, damage reduction, movement speed modifications, deployable health, shot spread, shots per volley, knockback charge times, energy, and many hero-specific mechanics that don't fall into the above categories are also included. Okay, fair enough, to be honest. Some notable exceptions like ultimate charge and fire rate are works in progress that we hope to add in future updates. We're excited to hear your feedback on this feature. We'd love to hear what additional specific information you'd like us to add in the future. Keywords are included to help players understand how they can interact with each other. The definition can be accessed for in-depth explanations. Cool. I mean, like, really cool. Honestly, this is a really good thing. I'm happy with it. Console players can now use a mouse and keyboard to play natively in Overwatch 2 if they prefer not to use a controller. Okay, so the matchmaking pools, PC and console, will be transferred to as the mouse and keyboard pool and the controller pool. The change will be updated. So this is basically going to kill controller console player base, and all casual players are going to be on controller on casual to begin with. So there'll have to be a transition to keyboard and mouse for controller players. I don't know how this is going to work. I think it might kill the mid-rank console queues as well. A bit concerned about that. Aside from that, I don't really mind it. I'm going to be honest. Most console players were zooming anyway, just illegally, so like, why not let them do it anyway? When in console and using a mouse and keyboard, you'll be prompted to switch to your mouse and keyboard pool in order to use a mouse and keyboard to play the game with. If you do not accept the switch to mouse and keyboard, your mouse and keyboard inputs will not work for gameplay controls, and you'll be only able to use controller. I wonder how exploitable that'll be. I wonder if you can hack into the controller function. Okay, I think that's basically it for this. Tell me if there's anything more interesting here. I think that's basically it. Real-time text moderation. If another player types a message into text chat that is detected to be potentially disruptive, offensive, or harmful to other users, the message in its entirety will be hidden from other players. You may choose to see that message and report it, if necessary, directly from the text chat feed. You can disable the feature in the social options, as always, so it's always on. I thought this was standard, right? Is it just always on now? Using inappropriate chat or being disruptive to other players. I mean, profanity filter already covered that. Against our in-game code. Yeah, sure. Weird. First time UI. New players will have easy access to every hero in the start. Sorry, words are hard. New players will now have access to every hero in the game from the start. The entry requirement for comp is lowered to 20 matches in unranked matches. Fine. I mean, the hero restrictions are one of those that I'm like, you should be able to play the hero first, right? You should be taught what the abilities do before you let loose on the heroes. Otherwise, the game just becomes like a little overwhelming. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think you should gate them off, but I do think you should have some sort of prevention for terrible experiences, right? Anyway, hero skill rating. Hero skill rating SR has returned to Overwatch in a new form, allowing players to analyze their skill at individual heroes. We originally removed skill rating from competitive play because players perceived it as an absolute truth about skill. No, you removed it because you were halfway between making Overwatch 2 from Overwatch 1 and you got told to immediately release Overwatch 2, so you fumbled and you didn't have the system ready, and then you just made a band-aid system, and then you made the current system, which is exactly the same as the skill rating, except you hide the skill rating and just put it into 1 to 5 and brackets instead. It's exactly the same. You still have skill rating in your game. Everyone knows it. I mean, like, what are we talking about here? Come on, guys. Like, come on. For 2 Gold 5 players in a team together today, we think players feel accurately represented in how closely skilled they are. But for 2069 and 2068 players on a team together, we've made a subtle implication that one of these players is better. No, nobody sees it that way, let's be honest. Like, nobody does. That's absolute bollocks. Come on, guys. Yeah, come on. Right? Basically, you're saying, like, by hiding the banding within 100, you've improved the system. Sure, like, I don't think there's that much to gain from hiding the banding within, like, to not hiding the banding within 100. But don't act like you reinvented the wheel. You just remade SR and hid it after because you needed a different system for the most part, because you couldn't go back to the old system because it's kind of like an admission that it was a better system in the first place than what you had previously with the X amount of wins in order to gain or lose rank. Like, come on. Really. These players are extremely close in skill, and it would be incorrect to assume with certainty that one is more skilled than the other, but players tended to see a higher number as objectively more skilled. Sure, this led to some unfortunate social dynamics within matches. I think you're retroactively rationalizing this here. I don't think that's realistic. No, I think you did this system because you couldn't do the other system. Whether it's a small upgrade or not, that's absolutely fine. You can argue that it's a small upgrade, but it's not because why you did it. You did it because you had a significantly worse system that you were upgrading, and you had to make it more similar to the old system. And you did like a twist on it in order for it to not like seem like you got egg on your face. Comparisons are great for hero skill rating though, since this information isn't shared outside your career profile. We think giving you our best guesses will help you to understand and analyze your own skill at your stable of heroes in the most fun ways. What? Not shared outside your career profile? So can you look at somebody else's skill in their career profile, I guess? But it's not shared in game or anything? Hero skill rating is between 0 and 5,000. Hero skill rating is not used in matchmaking in any way. After placements in role or open queue, players will now be able to place each of the 44 heroes in Season 18. A hero needs to play 5 placement matches to get the final hero skill rating. A hero must be played for at least 3 minutes within a match to qualify. Must be one of your top 3 most played heroes within that match to qualify. Hero placements are not shared across role and open queues. Hero skill rating updates are shown at the end of the match on the competitive overview. Sure. Okay, I don't think there's anything more there. Fair enough to them. No problem, skill rank reset. With a huge wave of new perks and tuning to us existing perks, this soft reset is designed to put players on an even playing field and give them a chance to climb even higher than ever before. The highest ranks have been tuned again to include a much higher percentage of the player population once players are well calibrated. Sure, I mean, the champion was underrepresented. All ranks in role queue and open queue and comp play have been reset to unranked, and all players will need to compete in their respective 10 placement matches for each role. Hero skill ratings have also been soft reset for the first time. Have been reset to unranked. So it's been reset to your unranked MMR, or has the knowledge of your MMR been wiped? Seems like it's been set to the unranked MMR, which isn't as much of a reset as you think, though it is a big reset, don't get me wrong. I do question, does the unranked MMR change as you play comp? Because it seems like it would be non-helpful for it not to adjust to you as you play comp, if you get what I mean. Because if you just play comp for ages and it didn't adjust, you'd be stomping in quick play. But anyway, depends if the person had not played unranked since they were gold 8 years ago. They use historical placements and other data. Yeah, I feel like they use all the data. So unranked or quick play MMR isn't that uncertain. I think that's a reasonable estimation of where you're going to be. So it's not a proper ranked reset, like a proper ranked reset, but it is reasonably impactful, and it will destabilize the game to a ludicrous degree, like it always does, and it always creates bad issues. Hopefully, this is not bad enough that people start complaining about the match quality, because the match quality is already objectively significantly worse since the queues have been split up so many different times that the amount of players is just spread so thin that you can't have great quality games in fast queue times now. So hopefully it doesn't cause any big issues with the player base kicking up about that, but I do think it's going to cause some problems. Competitive rewards. Achieving Diamond or above in Role Queue or Open Queue will now unlock Galactic Skin for Freya. Rewards are now based on your highest rank in a season instead of your final rank. Cool, fair enough. Top 500 rewards are an exception to the change above and require your final rank to be top 500. Fair enough, yeah. The new play requirement to unlock comp has been lowered to 20 matches. Already saw that. Hero updates. Armor still reduces incoming damage by 7. This is the important stuff. Up to a maximum of 50% of the damage received. Combined damage reduction and armor can no longer exceed 50% unless an ability increases it past this point, such as Round Block or Hazard Block. Thank God. In cases where total damage reduction already exceeds 50% before armor is applied, it will have no additional effects. Ram in the bin, yes! Thank God, Jesus Christ. Wow. Thank God, right? Thank God. Since Season 16, a notable bug has altered how damage reduction and armor interact. This fix restores their intended functionality and clarifies the rules moving forwards. In addition to balance changes for some of our heroes, every hero will be getting at least one new perk to give options for more fun, impactful gameplay that aligns with the hero identity. Okay, so shall we? Is the actual hero changes in here? Oh God! So I was in the middle of doing perks, so I can't not read the perks at the same time as these. That's problematic, and I don't have enough time to do perks and this. It's a long boy, man. That is a long boy. Damn. Is this what order is this in? Junker Queen. So this is tanks first. I'm just seeing how many actual changes are in here. So that's a health reduction for Cass there. Most of them don't have individual changes, right? Most of the characters are just the perk changes by the looks of it. Looking through the DPS. Look at the TikToks I sent you. What is this shit? Why are you sending me TikToks? Where are you sending me TikToks? Fucking look, Ralph, look at the TikToks I sent you. Where? I only see this. General? Oh, it's Neandra. Man, Neandra's fast on this. Feels good to be part of the creator chord. Right. I can't. I'm not allowed to. Oh, no? It's allowed me in.
Reduced from 275 to 250. Sojourn's base health is reduced from 250 to 225. Her railgun's primary fire shots per second is increased from 15 to 16. Power Slate's cooldown is decreased from 8 to 7 seconds.
Sure, good.
Tracer's recall now has a cooldown of 13 seconds, up from 12.
Okay.
Lightweaver's base health is reduced by 25. Zenyatta's ultimate cost
Good.
has been increased by 9%.
It's not good with the 10%, 10 HPS being removed. Ultimate cost being reduced.
Zenyatta's
Increased by 9%,
ultimate
sure.
cost has been increased by 9%.
It's always been an impactful. I don't think that really makes much difference.
Ramatra's Nemesis form now only gives 250 bonus
250 instead of 300? Man, that is bad for him. Jesus. Literally found dead in a ditch.
armor instead of 300. His block ability now triggers a 1 second cooldown.
Block triggers a 1 second
Ravenous
cooldown?
Vortex no longer interrupts
So
horizontal
if you ever drop it, you have 1 second?
movement when
That's
first
big,
affecting a
man.
target. Hazard's Jagged
No more weaving. Wow, that is literally dead in a ditch. Wow.
wall knockback damage is reduced from 50 to 40. Its health is
Jesus.
also reduced to 350 from 400. Spike Guard now only refills ammo when dealing damage to an enemy. Roadhog has gotten like a revert to the mini rework he got a while back. His pigpen has been removed, it's just straight up gone. His scrap gun has been reverted back to primary and secondary functionality.
Yes, we saw this Roadhog
Primary
stuff.
fire no longer includes a volley of 4 extra long-range projectiles. The number of projectiles is increased from 16 to 25 though, and
They just reverted it because it was a bad change to begin with.
damage per pellet
I think it's big of Blizzard to revert this, by the way. I never thought they would because I thought they'd be too stubborn to admit the mistakes because it's a fairly recent rework, to be quite honest, and they put a lot of work into it. So
is reduced from 6.25 to 6. His secondary fire initial volley can
it really changes the type of thing that you think is possible, right?
no longer crit. Take a Breather is back on ability 2 instead of secondary fire. Its minimum time before being cancelable is reduced from 0.8 to 0.6 seconds. Wu Yang's Rushing Torrent initial speed boost on activation is increased by 50%. Its jump height has been increased by 2 meters. Guardian
So you're going to be able to use it as a speed boost a little bit more. That's healthy.
Wave's
Range has been decreased by 5 meters. I don't think it practically was limited in most scenarios anyway.
maximum range has been decreased by 5 meters and shockwave drop height increased from 3 to 20 meters.
Shockwave drop height increased from 3 to 20 meters. Oh, it drops now.
His ultimate's cast time on himself
So the wave goes down?
is reduced from 0.8 to 0.6 seconds.
Ultimate cast time on himself is reduced. Okay, yeah, that seems like a good. Let's just double check if there's anything else that's going on. Oh, I do need to go through the rest of the perks, but if that's it for the actual hero changes, I think I'll leave it at that and keep going. There's a lot of Ramatra have become too durable in Nemesis while blocking. The armor and block adjustments reduce his ability to withstand large amounts of damage and force more deliberate defensive choices. The change to Ravenous Vortex removed the jarring stop in horizontal momentum, notably when paired with Vegetable Vortex. Man, dead in a ditch. Wow. Absolutely dead. Wow. Jesus. Wow. Christ. It works like water now? Yeah, I think that's a good one. The drop is, yeah, Vortex fixed as well. Pigpen was originally intended to give Roadhog more spatial presence on the battlefield, but in practice it reinforced the hook combo playstyle and limited his flexibility in engagements. To address this, we've restored the classic primary and secondary on Scrap Gun, providing more consistent damage options and letting Roadhog better contest space in the front line. You actually did the original rework on purpose and rationalized it with exactly that reasoning, but you know, whatever. The Take a Breather adjustments have been successful, offering greater defensive uptime without excessive personal sustain, so not really for the most part. I mean, like, nobody's going to say that Roadhog's generally only playable when his personal sustain is in an unhealthy state for the most part. I don't think the adjustments have been that good. It's just made it so you can't stun him out of it for the most part, and that was necessary for 5v5, but it's kind of toxic in 6v6. So its functionality remains the same, been moved to ability 2 where default toggle and additional cancel options to keep that flexibility intact. So what's on E now for Roadhog? It's on ability 2. What's on E now? Have they just removed the button? Let's see if there's any other reasoning. Recent weapon changes have made Cassidy a highly consistent threat. Reducing his health brings him more in line with other hit scam. Oh, sorry. Yeah, ability 2. Sorry, I was mentally saying ability 2 was right click, but it's obviously not. You're right. While Sojourn's win rate is relatively low, she can still feel frustrating to play against. Lowering her health increases her vulnerability, but the slight mobility and primary fire improvements help offset the loss in survivability. I think that sounds fine to me. Yeah. I think that's probably a healthier place for them. Paramatrix nerf? We haven't got there! Yes, the perks are a massive thing. We're going to need to go through the tank perks properly. I'm just going to go through the rationale behind each change and then probably cut here for the night. Tracer's weapon improvements will increase her overall effectiveness. Extending Recall's cooldown reduces her uptime, especially when paired with major perks. I think that makes Tracer more boring, but you know, yeah, sure. Yeah, that's a thing you possibly can do. Can we talk about why you're doing this? Instead of just saying, well, she's got loads more damage and we don't know why we did that, so we've made her do less. More often, sure. Paramatrix is not in the graphics. The nerf is not stated there. It's only in patch notes. Okay, thank you. Let's have a look for it. Is it up here? Possibly beginning with a D. The change to Paramatrix aligns the perk with Doomfist's regular power block, ensuring consistency in how empowered punches change. That is massive, yeah. Absolutely massive. Crazy. Damage absorbed during Paramatrix now provides equivalent power punch amount to power block. Crazy. That's really good. That's a lot more healthy. Paramatrix was absolute bullshit. It was bollocks. It never should have been in the game to begin with. It was really bad. Lifeweaver has received numerous buffs to improve his effectiveness, but his increased survivability has become difficult to deal with. His health reduction brings him in line with the rest of the support roster. I think that's more healthy for him in general. I'm really sad with the things they've done to his perks. I think they've made him worse with perks. But realistically, fair enough. Wu Yang. Wu Yang had a successful trial weekend as one of the top performing heroes across all platforms. Did he? Given his relatively strong standing, these adjustments are primarily targeted at gameplay feel rather than broad damage and healing output. In particular, Rushing Torrent has been adjusted to help him reach high ground more easily, and Guardian Wave will now travel down tall ledges, which will help him support from those locations without having to give up positioning. That's a great change. Absolutely great change, allowing it to go down 3 to 20 meters. Yeah, really good. Zen, recent Harmony Orb buffs has allowed Zen to charge trance much faster. Increasing its cost help balance the improved healing of the ultimate. Fair enough. Anything else here? Just Stadium from now then onwards? Looks like it. Okay, is there anything else really important here that I need to get to? So close to Moira perks? You want me to do Moira perks before 10? I've already done Moira perks. I'm DMing you. Water affected by gravity, so intuitive. Man, there were so many janky things that just didn't feel like they flowed within the water guy's kit. It was so I don't know, it was fine, but it was like, yeah. Anything else interesting in here for now? I think the rest is the hero reworks done by the perks, right? And we're I think about like 3/5 of the way through the perks. Waterboy washed, good one, yeah, good one. Tavjas. He did in fact not go with the flow. Yeah, it's puns all the way down, like it's turtles all the way down in some places. So hero base SR. Was there anything here about how it's going to be calculated? No, there's nothing about how it's going to be calculated. That's a real big question. I really hope it's skill based. If it's not skill based, it's going to be another useless ranking system. I hope it's going to be related to the difference between your rank and the average rank in the game, right? Another question, right? Individual hero-based SR, will that have to increase and decrease a lot faster than general SR? Will that have to be like a 3 times multiplier or something like that? Because if we get to, how will that work? Because if we say we play Winston up to GM and your hero base SR goes up to GM, then you can only play another hero and win. The only thing being watered down is the skill and enjoyment of the game. Ow. Oof. Ouch. So, I think I'm good for the night. What day is it? It is currently Friday. That sure flushed down my excitement for Overwatch. Yeah, me and Didact are going to have a chat tomorrow about what we're doing in the near future. Sunday, we will be on for Pugs. Oh, sorry, we're going to talk on Sunday, aren't we? I don't know if you had time on Sunday. I just got told family will visit me. I'll just write you a massive DM. You can give me your opinion. Yeah, no problem, man. You write me a DM. I'll probably... I'll send it over to you. We'll work it out, mate. We'll work it out. Being GM with Bronze Hero would be funny. Yeah. Purposely D-rank your Sombra to Bronze. Anyway, have a fantabulous evening. I'll see you soon, everyone. Thank you for listening to me absolutely babble. Jesus Christ, my throat hurts. This is one of the more talking things I've done in a while. So I hope it's been at least remotely enjoyable. I will be back for the rest of the Perkies at some point. I might even turn on a random time to do the rest of them. I've got a lot of stuff that I want to do at the moment. So I need to get through it. And I definitely want to get through the rest of the perks in order to even be able to understand the game. That's a bare minimum for a coach, right? Isn't it? So anyway, good night. Have a wonderful evening. Love you all. Good night, Squeed. Good night, Listen. Good night, Maxi. Good night.